Alright, gonna make sure this isn't live this time around. Yes, it does in fact look to be live. In fact, the last time showed up, but like my PS5 went a little berserk and had like some forbidden error code thing or some weird thing. Whatever though. Whatever though. Hello. Hello. Is this Sinister Game being here with a new stream? And this stream, I'm going to be going over the event week for this week, whatever from very early Thursday, like per usual, in Grand Theft Auto Online. But starting off, going into the title, I did put event week stream since there's technically no new major content additions in the game this time around. However, they have hinted at some content coming next week, though, which I will go into. But yeah, title of the stream. Again, I did event week stream. There's not technically any content additions this week, but there will be next week, it sounds like. As I will go into again. Yes. And then, yeah, I went for the Cayo Perico Panther statue, since it's a very rare thing that goes on, like, once per DLC, or, like, not necessarily every DLC, but any DLC. At least for free-to-play players, they only need to do, like, one Panther statue. And, yeah. Do I think there will be a heist challenge? I don't necessarily think so. If I remember right, the heist challenges started with the lead up to the Cayo Perico heist DLC, if I recall right, which is 2020. And I gave like the Vito Classic or something with the community doing the heist challenge thing or whatever. A couple years later, 2022, in the lead up to Los Santos Drug Wars DLC, I think was the second heist challenge. So that's like 2020, 2022. That one, I think the community unlocked the... What was the vehicle again? It was a kind of a classic one. It was, what, the Tahoma Coupe or something? It was kind of similar to like some gang vehicle from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas or something. Fast forward another couple years later, with the lead up to Agents of Sabotage DLC, I think they did another heist challenge, and that was 2024. So, and then, yeah, that gave the police predator, like the police boat, basically. So I think this might just end up being a coincidence, to be honest. I don't know if it's necessarily like leaning towards a heist challenge going on or not. The current trend is every 2 years they've done a heist challenge. So 2020, 2022, 2024, like I said. So following the trend, it seems like there would not be a heist challenge this year. So maybe just do heist stuff just cuz. Though also, if this plan is to be the last winter update, possibly. Yes, I have heard the delay, even though I haven't made a dedicated video on it or anything. But the new date is November, not December, which is when the winter updates obviously come out. I'm not saying it's impossible to do a heist challenge this year, but again, going off of trends, you're probably not going to. And it might just do heists just to give people easy money to make or something. So I don't know if it's Panther statue is leaning towards like a heist challenge. There's also stuff, by the way, going on for Casino Heist, I think, but it's only for Plus, I believe. At least currently, I believe. As well. No, yeah, I do think Heist Challenge stuff does normally happen in November. I do believe so. And yeah, maybe for a final, like, winter-ish kind of time, they would want to maybe do, like, last Heist Challenge for some reason. Who knows? Even with the delay, they could plan the last winter update here to be the last update. Maybe they just don't do updates for GTA Online for like a whole year or something. Who really knows? Honestly, I feel Rockstar's pretty mysterious a lot of times. It really does know, honestly, I feel. But yeah. I don't know, so far I'm kind of leaning towards a no on the Heist Challenge, though. In fact, I feel they would have announced the Heist Challenge with this event if they were going to do one, quite frankly. So that's to address that. And yeah, I probably do want to say some stuff on GTA 6 delay. I don't necessarily plan on making a dedicated video. I could make a community post, but yeah, I haven't really bothered with that feature yet, so I don't see why I should bother with it now, quite frankly. Or something, I don't know. Not really a people person and shit, so like, fucking, I'm not really a big community post person, I feel, quite frankly. Fucking, But yeah, the Panther statue is a very rare loot, obviously, after the Perico heist, of course. So for your first run of the event week, you will get a guaranteed Panther statue. So if you have a run already in progress or something, you have to finish that or cancel the heist, obviously, and then you should be able to get your Panther statue. So either complete like any ongoing heist beforehand, and then do the next one, it should be a Panther statue. Or if you don't want to do it for some reason, just cancel your existing one and then just go like source like go like scope out the island again for your next heist, and you should get the Panther statue. Basically, from my understanding, that's how it basically works. Now, to have gotten it on hard mode, obviously you would have to complete the one and then do the hard mode. So, preferably, if you want it on hard mode, then you're going to want to complete the heist that you already have before it. I think more so than just cancel it, obviously. If you cancel, it's most definitely going to have to be a normal mode heist, I have to imagine. Is the money difference really that much more? I'm not really sure on the difficulty, honestly, but yeah. Ever since the nerfs to the heist, I haven't really played it all that, like, hardcore or anything anymore, so I don't know as much on it, like, nowadays, I feel, anymore. It ruined the heist for solo play, pretty much, I feel, so I don't really bother with it that much. I'm just going to do a normal mode for it. I don't fucking care. I don't even have a heist like, going on for it right now, anyways. So I think I am screwed to have to do a normal mode heist or whatever, and not the hard mode heist. But what they make you like a longer time, anyways. And I used to be used to like the 5 minute cooldown, like the ridiculously small 5 minute cooldown for each time. Back when it was actually really, really good. Yeah. Yeah, I might do another Cayo heist, of course, like one more time with this Panther statue, of course. Like off stream, I'm definitely not going to do it on stream. I don't want to reward them like nerfing the heist super hardcore for solo players. I get why they did it, obviously, so they can keep making updates free and didn't have to like turn the game to like pay to win even more, or like make people have to buy updates or something. Whatever they would have had to do. I could get why they made it not solo friendly anymore as much as it used to be. But yeah. Obviously, the heist has changed for the worse, though, regardless of circumstance and like understanding of it and stuff. See, I don't run it as my main money source anymore like I used to. Like honestly, once I unlocked all the vehicles and unlocked like a good amount of clothing out of the clothing store finally for once, Once I got to like arena war outfits, I think was where I was like, yeah, no, I'm done grinding the game. And then of course they nerfed the heist at some point. Once I felt like that, I can't like imagine how many heists I'd done back in the good days. So it would be nice, yeah, to get into the heist again one time, but yeah. One change they made, I think, is where like the enemies detect like dead bodies and stuff. That's like one of the main changes that makes it not as enjoyable anymore. I'm pretty sure. Again, obviously, I kind of understand why there again, but yeah. If you can get past all the annoyances, though, it's definitely going to be pretty worth doing at least one heist for that Panther statue, whether it's normal or hard difficulty. 100% yes, I would say, though. And yeah, the event week obviously ends on like Wednesday, November 12th. For the last full day of it, it technically goes until first couple hours or so of November 13th, at least for Pacific Standard Time, anyways, it does. And other time zones are further out in terms of hours and stuff, so if you're in a later time zone, I'm pretty sure in most other time zones it would even last for longer on Thursday as well. But yeah, time change did happen recently, so that might impact like when the like event changes its stuff by like an hour or something as well. Just keep in mind. But yeah, yes. So like if events used to change at like 2-ish or something, they might change it like 1-ish or something instead, for example. With the time change, like gaining the hour of like sleep or whatever. But yeah, I swear though, if I'd heard like in the U.S. government or something like as early as like last administration, I swore I heard that like something happened with the time change being that they weren't going to be doing it anymore, but we still changed the clocks anyways or something. As my DualSense wireless controller battery level runs low. Wonderful. But yeah, gonna plug this shit in since my controller dies like nothing anymore. Probably because like my fuck ass hernia made me like not unplug this goddamn controller when instead of like charging it and stuff over time, I should have like turned off the controller. That was my fault pretty much, but yeah. At least I assume that's why my controller dies super quick now. Though I also do have the like charging like stand thing or something, so I don't know if it was like something with that or not, and like not taking it off there for like hours or something. I don't really know. Combination of the two could be both kind of. Don't really know. But yeah, some battery technology is fucking shit. Apparently, I would say yeah, fucking probably on purpose for the corporations to get you to spend more fucking money, of course. But yeah, on the controllers, fucking Sony, PlayStation and shit. At least. Anyways, what was I kind of saying before that? Before I was like plug my controller in or whatever. God, what was I saying? What was I even fucking saying? Goddamn. Um, 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 God fucking damn it, man! I swear I don't think I fucking remember. Oh, that sucks. Sheesh, it's already 15 minutes in. Okay, fuck, damn it. Um, oh yeah, but apparently if you select this, it will launch the Cayo heist for some reason. Interesting. It can instant launch the Cayo heist or something somehow. Maybe if you have a socket puts you in there or something. I'm not really sure how that would work, but okay. But again, guaranteed status, it says there for your first run of the event week. or explain the like criteria for getting it if you do not like have on your like heist. Like it's not going to change the like primary target on one you already have like running currently. Obviously, if you have not yet finished like an older heist from before the event, that's what I was basically saying. Alright, but yeah, that was that for title there. And then I guess I can talk about the content for next week. I think that and the delay announcement happened both on the 6th, I believe. Believe. So on the Rockstar News Wire, at least, I don't know if it was. I do not know if it will show up here. I don't think it usually kind of does for things like that. But on the Rockstar News Wire, there is a section called "Get Ready to Move Up in the World." And there's like a Prix Luxury like sign thing basically saying coming soon with like it next to like a road for the image above it. But again, get ready to move up in the world. Starting next week, make sure to get in on the ground floor of a new extravagant era in Los Santos, luxury, luxury real estate, whatever. Raph will be in touch. See, I actually haven't done his mission things yet, or Mr. Favor work, so... By the way, I'm planning on maybe doing Mr. Favor work finally tomorrow, because I haven't actually done that yet. I really gotta do that before the new missions come out, it seems, for the next event, obviously, so... That'll definitely be something I'll be trying to do tomorrow, obviously. And probably do like quick environment stuff as well, touch on that, I guess. Now, what that as well does actually show like new plus benefits as well. So I'll talk about those, of course, when I get to that, because there is a new set of plus benefits, which also hints at the new contents as well, maybe a little more. But yeah, I think I covered it in my leak video, so I suppose I can say it here, but basically there's going to be like a couple mansion missions. I want to say like 3 missions tied to like some properties coming up in the December update for like mansions or whatever. So it's basically like a mansion DLC or something for December update, it's looking like. Or at least it will be part of the update, at least. So that's pretty cool. Now I wonder if the prop's actually in the game right now, or something with like the Prix Luxury or whatever coming soon. Or maybe that's activated next week and it's kind of just a image showing it off, obviously though. Maybe the latter, to be honest, and maybe not right now, though. But it's something like 2 or 3 locations, maybe there might be, and possibly like one already built in the game, so maybe kind of mention, or maybe say for next event, obviously, or something when the missions are actually live. More so would probably be more appropriate, to be fair. So yeah, next week's new content definitely seems like it would be pretty exciting. But again, I gotta finish the previous content like tomorrow then, since I haven't really touched it yet. Basically. Like I did touch the money fronts business stuff altogether at least, just not favor work pretty much. And then quick environment I think. So that's still the planned stream and stuff to do basically pretty much tomorrow. Procrastinated, I guess. Jeez, 20 minutes now, goddamn. Fuck ass body and shit. Look what we get causing. Damn it, damn it. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto 6 delayed though. No. Yeah, I did not think I cared to make like a whole video thing on it instead of make a whole delay video to first delay. But yeah. Newswire, Grand Theft Auto 6, VI, VI. I'll see for the Roman numeral of it. Announcements. Grand Theft Auto 6. VI. Roman numeral form, of course. It's now set to launch November 19th, 2026. Dated November 6th, 2025, same as the event here, of course. Of course. Hi everyone, Grand Theft Auto 6 VI will now release on Thursday, November 19th, 2026. And that's from May 26th, as a reminder, 2026. So a week less than 6 months, I would say, delay. Of course, your average YouTuber is probably just going to average it to 6 months, but in actuality, it's 5 months, like in a week. Less than 6 months, basically. So, like, what, like 23-ish, 24-ish days past 5 months, basically. Technically speaking. Technically speaking. So yeah, now they have room for another summer update if they want to do another summer update for Grand Theft Auto Online, apparently now, if they absolutely wanted to. So that would be interesting. That would be interesting. Also, I should say, the main reason I haven't made a video on it is because I'm not surprised about the delay. I pretty much knew they would make another delay. I wasn't surprised. Oh, and yeah, it also sucks, by the way, because my birthday month is May, and, like, I could have, with the old date, have the game released in my month, which would have been really, really cool. I had Red Dead Redemption in my month, I believe, for example, and stuff. May is a huge month for Rockstar Games, I think, as well as, like, October, November, and stuff. So it wouldn't have been too out of the ordinary for the past date they were playing or something, I believe so. But, yeah. But I think it's the second delay officially, of course, since I think it was, like, fall 2025 initially, like, couple month like time frame or whatever, kind of like what they used to do, at least before they did proper dates anymore. I feel lately with the last 2 times now, of course. Then it got moved to May 26th, of course, 2026. And now it's moved to November 19th, 2026, of course. So it technically got delayed twice, which is usual actually for their latest stuff, or at least Red Dead Redemption 2 the last time around. To be fair, Grand Theft Auto 5 might only got delayed 1 time. I'm not actually too sure. It's been so long. It's been so long, I don't remember if it's only got delayed 1 time or twice or whatever for 5. But yeah, going on purely the last project. Going purely off of the last project, though, for Red Dead Redemption 2, they delayed that twice. So again, it's kind of in line with what they've done the last time around. Again, 5 might only been delayed like 1 time, actually. Could be wrong, though. Been so long, I don't remember, per se. But I think it was spring 2018, of course, for Red Dead, and then it came out like fall 2018. So hopefully they actually make the date this time. It wouldn't be too surprising if they actually make this date. I would actually be surprised if they do it another time around though. And this is the lightest, at least as I might get into. So again, that was the Grand Theft Auto 6 VI will now release on Thursday, November 19th, 2026. So like, small little paragraph there that I left off on after all that other talk there. But I think it was kind of dumb to like provide a like proper date though. I will say for the last time, that's not usual. They don't usually provide like exact dates. I think they usually do just provide like quarters unless it's like really close or something, which they might have did with 5, of course, for September 17th being there. And of course, eventually the Red Dead Redemption 2 being eventually confirmed for the October, like, what was the 26th or whatever, 2018, I think. Whatever date it was, basically. I think they're announcing exact dates too soon now, I feel. That was kind of immature to, like, do that the last time around. Unless they were Unless initially they were that confident they were actually going to hit that date, but that would be weird if they actually expected not to have to delay the game a second time after their last game release, but okay. But yeah, Gang Grip Out 6 VIVI will now release on Thursday, November 19th, 2026. That was the paragraph I was talking about again. I just added more than I thought there. Okay, I think I'm kind of truly done there. For now, at least, anyways, and then we are sorry for adding additional time to what we realize has been a long wait. Yeah, no fucking shit, bro. It's been what, like, now it's gonna be over 13 years. We're gonna get a 13-year anniversary now. For 5 before 6 being fucking out, bruh. Bruh. They can always push the date ahead if they think they can make up a sooner date, to be fair. That's happened, of course, in the industry before, but I don't know if that's usually, like, what Rockstar does anymore, really. Like, a game I play is in my car, like, a game I was a huge fan of, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I think, Nintendo game like Monosoft, like Xenoblade, whatever, pretty iconic franchise. It was over on Nintendo consoles, I would say. That was like September, I think, for 2022, and it got pushed to like July 29th, so they could be moved ahead, obviously. But, yeah, like, I don't really think they're gonna do that. They're really good about polishing their games, making sure they're pretty like up to date. At least with Red Dead Redemption 2, they were. Hopefully things don't change in like the 9 years since that or anything by the time it releases, or actually no, 8 years if that happens, right? 2018, obviously 2026. Yeah, that would be like 8 years surely then. But I honestly think they'll push up the date like Steam Chronicles 3 or something, but yeah. Again, I'm just bringing an example from like another game of the games industry or whatever. Like obviously they're two completely different companies and stuff. I'm not expecting the same kind of thing there, but yeah. But yeah, 13 years of this game, and what GTA what started in 1997. Just think about it, like literally every other GTA game I think fits in 13 years. I think 1997, like 2010. Baldur's Gate Tony was before 5 on. Yeah, basically. Just show how crazy it's going to be for the weight of a Grand Theft Auto 5 to Grand Theft Auto 6 due to the suspicious online over here. Okay, crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff, man. Yeah, we don't need that PR statement there. We fucking know that shit already. Cockstar, Cockstar, Cockstar. So again, that was, we are sorry for adding additional time to what we realize has been a long wait. But these extra months will allow us to finish the game with the level polish you have come to expect and deserve. But Rockstar quality, for the most part, has not missed, I would say, for the most part, for these main game releases. Of course, I'm talking about not DLCs. DLCs on a quality level are a whole nother thing when it comes to Rockstar, though. Bugstar, can we say? Bugstar, can we say? Like the company, of course, in this game. Pretty sure we can. That would work for these DLCs. Like, just look at the Coquet, like, D5 or whatever in the game right now. That's bulletproof without having to, like, mod the game or, like, do a glitch or anything. It's just like that right now for the last couple updates. The vehicle that came out last update and sabotage. They usually fix in one update, but nope, still bulletproof in this update. Apparently, they didn't, like, bother fix that shit at all, basically. And people do like an explosion, like God mode, like glitch kind of thing, and then it's basically invincible for the most part. Unless you can get the vehicle stuck and like do like a sniper bullet for the glass or something like that, I think. Crazy stuff, but yeah. So yeah, DLC quality is a whole nother thing I feel personally, but yeah, honestly, when it comes to their main game releases, yeah, the quality is very good, so I hope they do manage to do that for this game, obviously coming out as well. So to their credit, they are pretty good with that for new game releases. Which again, it's going to be like 8 years since the last one for Redemption 2, obviously. So again, that was in response to, but these extra months will allow us to finish the game with the level of polish you have come to expect and deserve. We want to thank you again for your patience and support. God damn it, man. Never got him, your grandfather on. Is that patient for you, Cockstar? Cockstar? Yeah, I don't know, like, what else much to say on that one. The skeletons are going to fall into Causin the next year, I swear. I think I saw Gilly Master do, like, a skeleton meme or something on a post or something. Like, one more year G-Town on or something. That's what I'm kind of referencing there, by the way. How to wait is a little longer. Almost 6 months is a little longer, I'm sorry. I don't know about that. We are incredibly we come on. We are incredibly excited for players to experience the sprawling state of Leonida, whatever. Leonida, sure. And a return to modern day Vice City. They say return, but like it would be the first time being in modern day Vice City. Since technically Vice City stories would be set in the 80s and stuff, not really modern day technically. Okay. Okay. But yeah, I obviously would be very excited to play the game, obviously, finally, when it does come out. God damn it, man. Even though the delay is expected again for me. I was hoping not to play this crusty ass game another whole year again. But nope. So that was, by the way, in response to the final huge paragraph, like the hugest paragraph of that newswire. 4 to 6 delay, basically. Not going to necessarily specify, like, say that all again. And then, of course, you have the sincerely Rockstar Games thing. Or Cockstar Games, I guess. Cockstar Games. Yeah, how about that? But yeah, um, what was it, by the way? Like May 2nd, May 6th, we got delay announcement and trailer 2. Who knows? Maybe like a couple few days or something after this, they might do trailer 3. Who knows? Okay, guys, hurry and body and shit. Come on, come on, come on. But yes. Who knows though? After November 6th, Rockstar Newswire, like it's already been 4 days. Like it's already been 4 days. Like on Monday, didn't do like a trailer, but maybe they'll give a trailer 3 or like something after the delay, like they did with trailer 2. Like they did that like 4 days after the May 2nd delay announcement. That was May 6th, I believe that came out. Fact, it was fact on Newswire. It is related stories. It does say May 6th for trailer 2. So again, that was like 4 days after I think the previous delay announcement. So any time now, they could actually drop a huge like bombshell of information or something. Like last time, who knows? At least screenshots would be nice, but they can't even be bothered to do that on the same newswire that they announced a delay. Like, for fuck's sake, how does it provide some kind of new screenshots though? Then again, is there even much to show for new screenshots right now? I don't know. I'm sure they could, but I mean, if it's too much effort, I guess to where it would delay the game even further, I would just not want that. But screenshots are easy, I'm pretty sure. So like, not sure what they're doing there, honestly. But yeah. Alright, and then last but not least, I do want to address the union busting. Last but certainly not least, I do want to address there has been a thing of union busting or whatever going on. Which technically union busting is illegal from what I hear, understandably so, or something. Which is what, like firing people to be under their like 10% or something to start a union or something. Whatever the fuck from what I've been hearing at least. Of course, somebody could be like skewing something in their way or in their favor or something with like what they've said or something from what I've heard, but sounds accurate. Sounds like Crunch never really left the company and stuff, so like toxic work conditions might have just never left, and they might have just made like a corporate PR statement or something when it got revealed that they were crunching in like Red Dead Redemption 2 development and stuff. Yeah, did the work culture really change at Rockstar? I wouldn't be surprised if not, honestly. But God, at the same time, fucking people can be fucking pricks in this fucking world, just be the laziest fucking shits or something. It's like, you gotta wonder as well if people are like just not doing their jobs as well as they fucking should be or something. I don't know, something like that. I'm not taking a particular side with it, honestly, though. Both sides are in the wrong in some way, shape, or form, I'm fucking sure. The Union and Rockstar, both of them have their own wrongs and rights and shit, I'm sure. Fucking. See, I didn't want to delve too much into that, also why I didn't want to necessarily make a whole video on it. Basically, there wasn't necessarily going to be too much more to talk about, really. That wouldn't have maybe been said like the first time I made a delay video. I know all the big YouTubers are making a goddamn video on the second delay, but like, just because every other YouTuber is, doesn't mean I necessarily have to. I don't have to like follow along with like the, what's it called? Like, what's the term I'm looking for? I don't have to have an obligation to make a second video just because like all the big YouTubers are doing one basically. I feel it's fucking sad to make a video on every little delay that happens when a second delay was pretty much expected in the first place. Honestly, but yeah. So that's why I'm doing as part of this event stream instead of like making a dedicated video or like a mini post or something. I don't feel it's that big of a deal. I think it was pretty much expected. going off the track history of the last game that they did. Which what was the only ever game that took like a few to several years without like some game, like a new game like before it or something. Of course games take a lot more to make now compared to what they did back in like 2012, like 2011, 2010 for Rockstar at least, and kind of as a whole I feel now for AAA PlayStation Xbox games. Again, I'm not talking Nintendo first party and stuff. I know they do pretty good with like release cadence, like back in the day, obviously. But yeah, nowadays your AAA, no, nowadays your AAA has a lot worse release cadences and stuff with the huge amount of development funds and like require nowadays and like all the crazy amount of work for these new open worlds and shit and whatever the fuck all. Compared to back in PS2 days and shit, basically, and with no online gaming and like all this like other new stuff nowadays that allows for huger player retention, all that kind of shit. Anything else I can think of here, honestly. Like, honestly, with everything I'm saying, I probably could have made a video, but again, just because every goddamn big YouTuber under the fucking sun for Grand Theft Auto was making one, didn't mean I had to make one, and didn't feel an obligation, therefore, to make one myself for that reason. Again, I expected that shit. I expected a second delay. I very much did expect a second delay, definitely did. And with the lack of marketing after trailer too, it was pretty much obvious. Yeah, I know marketing also changed along with like game development as well, I think in recent years and stuff, but what, they usually give like 6 months, 2 years, something to market like hella mad crazy and shit. Of course no pre-order like information or anything got made out, so obviously it was pretty much game delayed and stuff, since they weren't even like giving details on pre-order bonuses or nothing. Anything else I can really fucking goddamn think of on the topic though, honestly though, I don't really fucking know. I don't know if I feel like I had a lot of good conversation points here, but again, honestly, I didn't want to feel an obligation to make a video like every goddamn huge GTA online YouTuber under a fucking sun, basically. I didn't want to be grouped with them. Didn't want to be grouped with they asses over a second delay video or anything. But I still want to give opinions on it on the Grand Theft Online stream at least. But I am upset that's not releasing in May anymore, since, again, that's my birthday month and shit, but again, I'm not surprised, so, like, I'm not pissed off or mad about it. Maybe just upset, but not mad. Not mad. That would be fucking stupid if it. I'm sure some person out there in the internet got hella fucking mad, like rage quit, broke a computer or some shit. Wouldn't doubt that shit. Oh yeah, whoops, I haven't covered all this yet. I'm just not used to doing a lot of talk like this on the main menu, of course, like going over Rockstar news in general, of course. Since usually something like that would be more of a video, but again, I didn't want to have to group myself with the big YouTubers, every goddamn big GTA YouTuber under the sun that's making their obligatory second delay video. That's a little bit unnecessary given the one-page Rockstar Newswire. Like, how do you make much content on that, honestly, for the most part? I don't know. Some people manage to do that, but unless they're making, like, all the huge amount of points I'm making, but yeah. Alright, but then next, though, onto Cayo Perico Motor Wars. There is apparently 2 times rewards, 2 times money RP on the Perico Motor Wars. Um, yeah, God, I keep trying to think if I want to say any more on the GT6 delay, but I said a lot and like enough already, and this stream's like 45 minutes long now, so yeah, I definitely need to get moving though. I would definitely say. But yeah, Cayo Perico Motor Wars, I think it's back. I think it's been vaulted, of course, for like a while, ever since it got debuted earlier in the DLC, so it is back now, surely. I think it's only the second time it's available again. I think first time was available for like 2 weeks. This time it's probably only available to 1 week though, so want to play it again. You definitely want to play it this week, I'm sure, before it's probably going to get vaulted, of course, next week. And yeah, for adversary modes, Motor Wars are like 28 players or like 30 players, which is really insane. So it is actually a pretty high paying adversary mode. Assault on Cayo Perico and like Assault on ATT 16, or how we like Assault. Assault on Cayo Perico, Assault on ATT 16. Yes, I mean to say all yes. More proper this time without getting tongue twisted or some shit. Fucking. I think those are the only 2 adversary modes I can think of that can maybe pay more than like a Motor Wars mode, whether it be regular Motor Wars or Cayo Perico Motor Wars. Any other Motor Wars, if there was another Motor Wars, I forget. Since they vault every goddamn mode under the fucking sun and everything. So money for adversary mode here actually would be pretty good, I would say, for Cayo Perico Motor Wars. If I do have any more details to go over for adversary modes in general, like how to pay all and stuff, I'll do that later, honestly. Just kind of want to get through all this, of course, after all GT6 talk and stuff. RP. Apparently 2 times stuff tends to be some of the best stuff for RP in general. And like, obviously, of course, after like 120, you don't really unlock too much after rank 120 for like RP, so not going to comment much there on that per se. But yeah, pretty fun mode coming back, of course, for like the second time, I would say. Probably the third week it will be available, basically, for this new mode from the latest DLC. It's a pretty fun mode. If you haven't played it yet, I do highly recommend playing it at least one time. Okay, if you select that, will join Cayo Perico series, like a purple icon on like the map or something like, or no, not purple, but I think it's a pink icon. I mean, on the map. Stash houses and stuff are purple, I think, but no, that's a pink icon. I'm pretty sure. Alright, and then here it says new jobs for plural, which is kind of a lie. I think it's only like 1 new race, I believe, like it usually is. But it's community race series again here, apparently. Back to more traditional, like, community race series, more community, like, combat series, whatever. Yes, it is back to the more traditional community race series, community combat series. But yeah, this time is community race series where you play new jobs, including kart and trophy truck races is the theme this time around. Yeah, I think for both those, they've probably done at least quite a couple of them at this point, where they probably could do one just focused on those 2 types of vehicles, to be fair. In the community race series. But yeah, there is 1 new map, basically, I think, for this, according to the newswire, I believe. I guess I'll look into it right now, basically. But yeah, on the newswire, it has community race series, the new community race series. The community race series was for the image, by the way, and then I said new community race series for the newswire, like paragraphing, like the headline for it. Strap in for pint sized, or not size, but strap in for pint size, without the D at the end, obviously. Racing in cart, hyphen whatever, Crow X Roval. Crow X, yeah, I think it's Crow X Roval. Taking place on a highly modified Von Wood racetrack and specifically, built for the Vito Modern. This new race by Powers underscores Jeremy underscores 13 comes to GTA Online alongside returning kart and trophy truck races. All available in the Community Race series on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, and PC Enhanced. So, like per usual with the latest maps, I think they're pretty much just available for the newer platforms. For the 9th generation consoles as well as PC Enhanced. So if you're on the 8th generation consoles and the legacy PC platform, you're probably not going to get the new map. Probably not going to get the new map. Maybe you have other things that are available on those older platforms. I'm not really sure, obviously, but I play on the newer platforms, so obviously I'm not going to be able to show that off, really. Straight to business. Updates, yeah. I don't mean to talk about these at all. Just this, what's new from here. Pretty sure after that. They only buy shark cards for some reason, even though we're more like, what, 20 million now, I think? So, why? I mean, it's just scared when I was at, like, more like 10 million or something. Not sure, but whatever. Not going to be doing that. Okay, but going on here, there's 2 times my RP on, yeah, the aforementioned Perico Motor Wars and then Buried Stashes. In fact, actually, before I go further, like, okay, doing that joins the Pink Community Series icon, it looks like. That's all I kind of want to mention there that I kind of forgot to say earlier. Alright, so getting back where it was, though. GTA Online, 2 times my RP on the Perico Motor Wars, which I mostly talked about. I might talk a little more about it when I get in the game, though. Where I can maybe think more of what to say there. Plus, my body's kind of going me into Solaris as well, so. But yeah, Buried Stashes are also 2 times money RP, it looks like. That requires you to get the metal detector in Los Santos first. Look for a washed up party goer, which I think is the skeleton, I want to say there, near bodies of water. Could be wrong, but I think it's tied to the skeleton if you have yet to get it. If you haven't got it though, I think it reappears and you get like a little bit of like money each subsequent time. I think it shows up or something. And yeah, there's like something like 2 locations a day, I believe. So it is a very finite amount of like money you can get out of it each particular day. It's not that amazing, honestly. I think you also have to do it during like a scope out on Caprigo, which honestly, if they have to go too much out the way to do that, I think it's just better to complete your heist finale instead, like as soon as possible. So, unless you want to do every single day's worth of Buried Stashes for whatever reason, for your like grinding needs you do or something, like I think it's just inefficient to go for those compared to just doing like your heist finales anyways. And yes, that includes the nerfs and stuff obviously as well, at least for your one run for the Panther statue. But I mean, I guess if you're only going to do Panther statue run, it's not going to be too much out the way to do it, I guess. But Like, if you're just gonna do, like, multiple finales for it, you might as well just skip the buried, like, stashes altogether. You'll get more out of, like, doing your heists quicker rather than going out the way for your buried stashes. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. But it's not gonna be that amazing. Like, I think they're like 10, 15K or something. At least it used to be, I think. They have, like, boosted things, I think, for, like, random events have been boosted, I think, before, so it could be like 25K or something, or like 50K or something now, I'm not sure, but 2 for like 100K or something is not amazing regardless, so again, just go for the finales. I wouldn't even bother with the beard stashes. I don't think they're going to be worth your time, quite frankly. That's it already, really. Only one thing, really? Bruh. Only one goddamn new thing information. Really? Bro, why did they mostly just feature stuff from like the whole update from like the launch? I don't get it. I don't get it. I really do not get that. She's stupid though. She's stupid though. Alright, so sorry it's almost an hour in, but finally time to talk about plus stuff. But again, there was a lot of discussion I want to do about Grand Theft Auto 6, or at least a little bit. Again, I don't know if it was enough to want to make a whole video on it, like a dedicated video on it. I don't know if I had like the strongest points for a dedicated video. And quite frankly, second delay is depressing, even if it was expected in the slightest. I didn't really want to make the video either way. But I still want to talk about it, obviously, on this stream regardless, so. For my weekly obligated GTA Online stream. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Yeah, plus subscription time. Free vehicle for the month of November here is the ENS Paragon S sports car. I kind of had supercar in my head, not gonna lie, but yeah, the Paragon S is in fact a sports car. Now this one I believe is also a Monty Tech, I believe as well, so. And I think it's pretty feature rich as well, whereas like armor plating, I don't think it has fluorescent glass. It might though, I'm not 100%. If it does have fluorescent glass, then like something like 16 pistol rounds, 16 assault rifle rounds, such etc. It's not always 16, but it depends on like what weapon's being used, like how much it takes to destroy like one window of the fluorescent glass, if it has any, even if it has any, even of course. Alright, going back to the armor plating though, it's not electric, I'm pretty sure, so it's not the most armored Money Tech. You do have more armored Money Tech options available that are electric. To have like the patrol tank mechanic where RPG and the homing launchers do the same damage over the RPG doing like more damage. Or whatever, for why the electric ones are more tanky. No front mounted machine guns, that was only in the initial contract DLC batch of a Money Tech. Should have silk mines on it, I believe, though. And then missile lock-on jammer remote control unit. It is a sports car, so you could get away with either one, but again, I don't think it's electric for the most advantage out of the remote control unit. And it obviously doesn't have front mounted machine guns, again, being on the initial contract DLC batch, so. I don't think it's a strong candidate though for the remote control unit, even if you could do either of them on a sports car, quite frankly. Or Money Tech standards. But you can never go wrong with Mr. Lock-on Chambers, so that would quite frankly be my option I would go for personally on this particular one. God, fuck, I sorry, Nimbra. Come on, come on. But you can never go wrong with Mr. Lock on Jamer, so I think that would definitely be the option, because I don't think the other remote control unit's a strong candidacy on this vehicle anyways. Like I was kind of explaining. Also, I think there's a gimmick or something with it where for some reason you can actually block the back window from being shot with like a spoiler upgrade or something, I thought. 5 out of 5, if I heard correctly, there is like a spoiler upgrade or something you could do in like the back of the vehicle, and it actually makes like the back window completely bulletproof or something, if I remember right. I think that's what I've heard. I don't know if I have mine set up like that personally though, but I think I heard that's an option you can do with it. So Paragon S is an amazing money tech vehicle. Apparently you can actually outright block the back window from being shot if you do the correct spoiler or something. From what I remember hearing about it, at least. So yeah, pretty good vehicle. Pretty good vehicle. I guess I could go over performance of it as well. So this is a free vehicle you can get for the subscription for $8 a month. Even though I don't really like to do that usually for the vehicles for plus subscriptions, I don't really buy it myself. I guess I would do it here in this case since it's a free one. But currently in the game, the Paragon S is the top of the B tier according to roughly 132's vehicle spreadsheet from a Grandpa Online racing YouTuber. Whatever. Which gives it 8th place for lap time as well as a 19th place for top speed. Alright, so yeah, for top speed, keep in mind you have to be on a newer platform to even get the subscription, so you do have to account for HSW in the slightest. It is going to be, even without HSW, there's only 6 of those, it would still be 13th. Not even top 10 for top speed. However, 8th place lap time is pretty good. And 5 HSWs do have a better lap time, so it would bring it up to like 3rd place at best. Assuming HSW is disabled for any reason on a race host, creator, whatever reason. Which, there is applications for that, but yeah. Again, you have to have the newer platforms for the subscription, so just count for 8th place for lap time pretty much. Yeah, pretty fun vehicle. Top speed can maybe like a couple placements better, I would say, at least. To be like a perfect sports car, I feel, for the most part, aside for not being 4-door, but has a lot of things going for it, which is really good. A lot of good positives about the vehicle. So I think it's a very solid option for a free vehicle. Absolutely. I don't know if it makes it $8 subscription worthy for the month though, alone, to be fair, but yeah. That's my thoughts on the vehicle anyways. And anything that should be known about it. Also, that's a picture of a new mansion, I believe, or the Devin Weston mansion 1 to 2. Albeit the new mansions might just reuse assets from Devin Weston's mansion, so it might very much be a new mansion. Yes, it might very much be a new mansion, but it might just be reusing assets from Devin Weston's mansion. That's probably what it's going to be, like, basically when the update does come out. And they have been reusing a lot of assets lately, so that's not surprising. For, like, missions and all kinds of stuff. To talk about the interesting scenery there, of course. And I'll see if there's anything else much I want to talk about on the subscription, since, quite frankly, the rest of it's not that worth mentioning right now, on the screen, obviously, in particular, at least. And yeah, I figure I'll just check my stream again, make sure it's going fine. And yes, it is. It is. It is. So good. So good. So good. By the way, there is actually a new game release, technically speaking, albeit not necessarily the ones, or any of the ones I would have hoped for personally, as an excuse to like do a walkthrough of the game, like I've kind of done for once I get included into Plus lately, including like the last two of LA Noir, and like Bully that I did basically. GTA Online is actually now included in the Plus Games library, interestingly. Now, does that mean if you buy the Plus subscription, you don't have to pay for PS Plus? It might mean that, actually. It might. It might mean you now have the option to pay PS. Don't twist yes, bro. Come on. I mean. Instead of paying PS Plus, you might now be able to just do GTA Plus instead. For example, as your paywall for the online for consoles. Not PC, obviously you don't have a paywall, I think, for online though, so for there, I think it's not all that useful for PC. I think it's more of a console thing where it would actually be useful to have GTA Online for, basically. So it's kind of a pointless new addition, I think, for PC for the most part, as far as I understand. But for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, such as the 9th generation consoles, as far as I would understand, that might make it where you don't have to pay for the console subscription if you don't want to, if you just want to pay GTA Plus. Albeit, quite frankly, I think it's just better pay the console subscription and have your other games you might own for online as well, just to be able to play those if you're on a console. But I mean, having that option, if that is indeed how it works, is good. Having another option, like a different paywall option, is good. Albeit, at least for the PlayStation side, at least for Essential, PlayStation Essential, I believe, is actually less than GTA Plus, so you're actually paying more for GTA Plus, I think, by a little bit. What is it, like $8.99 a month? $7.99 a month, or like $8.99 a month. And I don't think there's a yearly option where you get like a discount like you do for like PlayStation Plus. So I think it's more ideal still to do PlayStation Plus, technically speaking. If you want to play other games online, at least, that aren't online for GTA Online. Plus Red Dead Online, I don't think is included or something, so you still have to have PlayStation Plus, I think, for Red Dead Online, I'm pretty sure. If I recall right, at least. They could always add that later on, I'm pretty sure, as well, of course, but, yeah. Yes. So at least for Rockstar titles, there's still Red Dead Online, so I would probably still do PS Plus myself just for that. Because I think they still have to include Red Dead Online through the subscription, I think, still. Which, if there's the rumored version coming out for like the newer next-gen versions, they might just wait for that or something and do it that way or something. I don't really know. To go a little bit into the rumor mill there, but I mean, not too much. Since Horace said stuff on GT6 and all kinds of stuff this stream. For good reason, obviously, with the delay and stuff, but yeah. Yes. And not doing a dedicated video on it, of course. But yeah. Also, another way it might work for GTA Online being included is there is a separate application. There is. Yeah, I think there is a separate application for GTA Online, so I don't know if it's just that becoming free. I don't know if you still have to pay Plus or not. I assume you would just pay GTA Plus and you just get GTA Online for free, though. I think that would be how it would work, but I'm not sure. Game Pass has seen an increased price, I think, in October or something, so it might actually be cheaper to do Plus for that platform. But also, there is Microsoft Rewards, so it's hard to say on that, honestly. Honestly, since there's Microsoft Rewards, it is hard to say there. It is definitely be hard to say there, though. Since I only have the 360, I don't have a newer Xbox to confirm that or anything for a current Grand Theft Online on Xbox. So yeah, GTA Online being included with Plus is interesting. GTA Online being included with Plus now, I guess, is an interesting decision. Yes, I guess, an interesting decision. Yes, indeed. And like I was saying earlier, there is in fact bonuses for robbing the Domicino, which I'll get more into later, and more. Again, that news awards date November 6th, same day as this event we came out. Just like the GTA 6 still is as well. Alright, the end date of the subscription, by the way, is December 8th, which I do believe is like a Monday or Tuesday, which does basically confirm that the next DLC will come out on December 9th, it looks like. God damn, you fuck us. Hernia and shit. Come on. Alright, yeah, the 9th is a Tuesday, so mark your calendar, whatever you want to do. Tuesday, December 9th is pretty much confirmed to be the DLC release date for the DLC. Like, it's pretty much been, ever since Plus came out, I think you could pretty much figure out the DLC dates just off of, like, pretty much like a summer, like a June, like a June or July date, or like a December date pretty much usually does end on like a Tuesday or something for like a next DLC. Has kind of been a way to figure out like a release date for it. So yeah, as of today, November 11th, there is a little less than like a month to grind the game for the next update, basically. So yeah, if you want to grind the game still, that's how long you basically have. It's like, how many days exactly? If today's the 11th, that's 19 days for the remainder of November. Like 28-ish days or something, I think, to grind at this point. Like a few weeks, 3 to 4 weeks, basically. Basically. So that's the warning to grind for the next update coming December 9th, basically. Alright, there's apparently discounts on luxury aircraft, chameleon paints, in-game apparel, and more. Discounts on luxury aircraft I'll go over in the game, by the way. I'll do that later. Alright, so by the way, the build for the Paragon S, it's not showing it on the image, it's a different image, but if you get at the Vinewood Car Club, it does include a free 76 camo livery. There's a free 76 camo livery, which might be a limited time livery for it, by the way, if you pick it up at the Vinewood Car Club. Basically, so that may or may not be a new livery for the vehicle. It probably would be a new livery, I have to imagine, for the vehicle with the Plus subscription. And yeah, for the places where you can do a money tech, by the way, you can either do it at the agency or the Vinewood Car Club, which you would have access to anyways if you get the vehicle for free, obviously, for the subscription. But if you just want to buy the vehicle without the subscription, you can always get the money tech stuff at the agency if you're a free-to-play player, obviously. Obviously. A free-to-play peasant or something, I guess. But yes. Alright, onto the clothing items, apparently, that will be obtainable. For the month of November here, for 2025. 4/4, yes, November 2025, plus month here. Clothing is a camo jack sheep set. The camo jack sheepy set or something. With the camo jack sheepy cap, hoodie, and track pants set. That's the clothing for the subscription. The new chameleon paints, by the way, will be the magenta/green flip chameleon paint and the chameleon wheel paint to match as well. So yeah, the magenta/green flip is both for the main body of the car and the wheel paint. Basically. Everything else is discounts, I think, or like a money opportunity, so I'll do those when I get into the game, basically. So I'll hold on the rest of those for later then, for later then. As a reminder, you do get 500k each month for the subscription. It's like a persistent benefit, whatever it's a persistent benefit for that 500k each month. And all kinds of other persistent benefits I'm not going to obviously cover that you should look into every time if you're not familiar with what's in the subscription. For like every single month, I just go over the month particular stuff each time. Obviously, I'm not going to remind people what's available each month, obviously, for the whole subscription as a whole. Like any month it's around. Yep, rip to the Halloween weather though. I do have it in single player, just not online since it's obviously gone in online. And I glitched into story mode, whatever. Quite a couple years ago or something. God damn it. Fuck, I started that. You better behave, damn it. Come on. Being better than the last stream, at least, I think, but fucking Christ, though. Christ, though. And yeah, I couldn't get it on the stream, by the way, but I did get the Gray Space Interloper outfit. UFOs are being kind of finicky for me, I think, eventually when I was streaming, so I just decided to get it off stream for the Gray Space Interloper outfit that you obtained by getting the crate with the shocker, and it was basically the thing for the second year of that abduction in the, like, bunker interior, whatever, for the alien bunker, whatever thing. You have a half 50% half chance of being infected inside. Again, I didn't get it on stream, and plus the UFOs were being kind of finicky, I think, when I was in the lobby for like a long time, so I had to do off stream, unfortunately. I think I was playing a bit off stream, obviously, like I was saying, though, because of the outfit, obviously, so I do have a different vehicle out than the Big Hero CX convertible, whatever, that I usually have out, though. So because I usually have that out by the, like, start of a new stream, I will have that back out.
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them around.
I live in the Eclipse Boulevard garage, the B3 in Berger, I have that for. Yes.
I'll get there as soon as I can.
And yeah, by the way, I'm in the hands-on car wash area, basically, because obviously I use it for the Higgins Helitors. Cannot spawn directly at Higgins Helitors, so obviously I do the hands-on car wash. Obviously, yes, I do the hands-on car wash since you cannot spawn directly at the Higgins Helitors, so since there's no bed for the place or whatever, bed at all to reside at there. Yes, personal aircrafts though. See if I even remember which one I was last on, quite frankly, I forget. I think it might just be the Ever Swift, I think. Yeah, I did the Swift Classic last time, right? I think. Okay, honestly, since that's confusing, since there's two next to each other there, I'm going to actually check my stream, I think I'm actually going to check my stream for sure. Huh. First of all, I'll check the current one I'm doing right now, make sure it's looking fine here. Alright, good. Yeah, I think it would have been the Swift Classic I probably used last time, and I think I still have the Flying Bravo one to do. I could be wrong, though. Actually, it seems I did use the Flying Bravo one last time, okay. That's why I checked, because I wasn't really actually too sure on that, actually. let me visualize one more time here if I stay on 714. Alright, even one more time since I adjusted on the stream as well. For current stream, of course. Alright, even a third time more, maybe just check. Just check, make sure. And I guess I'm checking again. I see a stupid one hernia approach. God. Alright, so it looks like I'll be onto the Valkyrie then. Now, I have actually used the personal aircraft version of the Valkyrie, but this will be Pegasus. It will be in the regular colors, so it's a little bit different technically speaking. And I have been using the Pegasus ones, even if it's a repeat, so yeah, that's what I'm doing basically anyways. As pilot of a Valkyrie, firing weapons, co-pilot, controlling the gun, backseat passengers, controlling mounted guns, yes. This was the first of the helicopters that have like the explosive like cannon kind of like thing in the passenger seat. The Hunter would end up doing it as well with the Smuggler's Run DLC, which basically is like a better version of it or something, I think. Plus it's on the armored helicopter, so it's technically better anyways. The gun itself is basically maybe the same. It's maybe the same as the Valkyrie gun. For explosive cannon, the Hunter it's basically. Alright, I'll towards forward for at least this day of Tuesday's Coyote, Seagull. Coyotes you found like all over like the desert areas of the game, basically. basically like your sandy shores, your Polluta Bay. I'm not gonna lie, you can find like mountains, supports and things such as like Vinewood Hills, Sand Chain, Ski Mountain Range, the Mount Chiliad, all that kind of stuff. Seagulls you can find like the water like these docks, like the terminal docks over here. Probably, of course, by like here, the Del Perro Pier, whatever, etc. Pretty. That is a pretty easy batch this time around if you're on the newer 9th generation consoles and PC and handhelds, basically. For the newer platforms, our export vehicle, I guess they'll be going for that. That's my fuck ass hernia constantly kills me, and I'll just go for it according. Damn it. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm kind of a little surprised in daughter. Shit. I was not trying to take the helicopter down, like, actually where this was, though. Definitely not. Is this a Reaper? I think it might be a Reaper. Oh yeah, it is a Reaper. Okay, got it, alright. Okay, cool. Reaper's a little distinct looking though, to be fair, so not the most surprised, but I was kind of looking at the rear mostly, maybe, or on the side of it, not the front, so that's kind of why I was seeing it the way it was. Alright, I kind of thought one passenger. No, I did not. But I do want to take this export vehicle, obviously, for the... Oh, it's carving reputation, obviously, ID, business, document forgery. Document forgery. Yeah, honestly, I cannot tell if I went the most out the way for it, but like, my fuck ass hernia kind of killing me and shit, so if I accidentally went the way for it, that's kind of why. It was kind of just there, though, so it kind of would probably have it either way, though, either way, though. Jeez, now, that almost could have resulted in a bad crash there. a car crash, mainly, of course, not that other kind of crash that never hope happens in the game, of course, when I'm streaming. So it ended randomly, of course, of course. Not that the game's that unstable in my experience when I was playing like public lobbies, which I almost never do in like the stream anyways for the most part, but still. But yes, possibly for the oh no, I was kind of heading to the casino, but I gotta remember I still gotta cover some plus stuff still. That one cover like ASAP with the vehicle list for the car club, for the car club. I want to work out the vehicle list, obviously. Ooh, we're on 5 bars from 248 to 49. Almost to the big 250, even more so now. And just the lightest smidge more, of course. But yeah, it's technically not a personal, so I could probably do the F-160 ride or something if they're really quick. Why not? Might as well. We already spawned the Gears here. Convertible, of course, and then let's use this right now. Because it's going to be my quickest way back to the Valkyrie, of course. Also, by the way, I don't think I ever mentioned yet, but yeah, I was mentioning Microsoft rewards and stuff, talking about like the Xbox Series and like stuff, kind of. So I don't know if I had much of a better time to mention it, but last month on Microsoft rewards there was a gift card sale or something, and I managed to get $40 free. I managed to get $40 free for Xbox Live stuff, like Xbox like gift card or whatever. And that was ironically during a like Rockstar sale, and I ironically had exactly enough basically with the $43 to get every Rockstar title I needed on the sale still. Like I needed the Xbox version of Manhunt, Xbox version of Max Payne 1 and 2. Free as well, actually. I did buy a physical copy, but sadly my disc. Talk to us, yes, bro. Come on. Yes, I did. I did buy a physical copy of Max Payne 3 like last year, but Tisk 2 was fucking broken or something. So from like eBay or something. Their sadly wasn't that good of listings, especially the multi-disc games. So I just took a risk. Sadly, this 2 was like broken. So I sadly just got a digital copy of it. But I still like the physical copy anyways for like collection sakes, especially being a Rockstar title. It's actually one I like to collect, of course, for that reason. It's not from a company I don't necessarily care for as much, or something. So it all worked out anyways. And I didn't even pay for it. I just got reward points from like searching them for sure, not actually like paying for any of it, of course. So I got $43 of Xbox gift cards during the October sale where they're like cheaper a little bit or something. So yeah, I got all three of the Max Paynes. I got Manhunt for Xbox, and then talking the first Xbox back in like the early 2000s, by the way. And then Red Dead Revolver, which was interesting because 360 does not emulate that one well at all. There's a game freeze in the game for Red Dead Revolver where Bad Bessie just freezes your game, which is interesting. There is, yes, a game freeze in the game where Bad Bessie or whatever will just freeze your game if she whips you or attempts to whip you at all. If she gets too close to you, but thankfully you can actually beat the boss in a certain way, and I did anyways. So I was still able to get past that point, but might end up breaking anyways at some point. Other than that, not sure though. Not sure though. So yeah, Red Dead Revolver on Xbox 360 is definitely an interesting experience with backwards compatibility being able to use some work there. And keep in mind, it's not as like polished as his one in series. Yeah, keep in mind, Red Revolver for Xbox One in series is actually a lot more polished and stuff. That was compatibility. On the 360 Hogan's some broken stuff there. Manhunt 2 and it does so lot, but Manhunt's a lot more playable than the platform actually. And the glitches are nowhere as bad, even though it does freeze on occasion for me. After like scene completion and stuff, but that's nowhere as bad as kind of. I don't know, actually, Red Revolver might actually be a slightly better experience. Ironically, aside from like one instance. And yeah, there's Fury as well, which I think is a good 480p on the 360. It fixes it anyways, though. But it's just a slight graphical glitch. I don't really care the most about that. Game, what are we doing? Okay, game is getting kind of confused, it seems. Alright, can we, like, move over here, bro?
Oh my lord!
Drive away, fool. Goodness gracious. Stupid whore ass bitch. Bitch. That was really annoying. Where did that car even go? Did it despawn or something? I'm so confused. It's not this car, surely. Did they already get all the way, like, over here and everything? I'm so confused. And I think like Max Payne is slow down. Max Payne 2 is actually pretty good version of stock simulation, I believe, for 360, where the emulation is a lot more faulty and like it was one of the first examples of software emulation, I think, for newer platforms. Anyways. So yeah, if you play on like one series, I think there's literally 0 issues, I think, but on a 360 actually issues. And it's kind of fun in my opinion as well. Kind of. Once not annoying at least.
Some of us have to work for a living.
Alright, but yeah, alright, wait, right before that, again, I have to talk about the, not there. Goddamn, fuck has turned us where it was making me forget where I'm talking about for, but the Download Club app I'll talk about from, right, so I have to show my PSN, like, all, of course. Alright, so for car club vehicles this time around, there's the Deluxo. Returning from Grand Theft Auto Vice City for returning. Returns from Grand Theft Auto Vice City, like Vice City stories at least. Pretty iconic, like sports classic vehicle from that game, whatever. Yeah, in this game it's a flying car, whereas it was a lot more traditional in Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Vice City stories was very much a lot more traditional in those games. It's a fine vehicle. It's front-mounted machine guns and missiles. I believe you can have them both at the exact same time, I'm pretty sure as well. Yeah, the missiles are some of the best tracking in the game, I believe. They are the best tracking, I believe, and there's 30 of them. So it's very good for like contact missions and stuff. Especially good in contact missions since you don't really get good personal aircraft access in most contact missions, and it's like spree out like missions. I think it's like the one exception, I believe. Which ironically is the next 7 missions I still have to do for my contact mission content series. Which yeah, with a second delay in like a year-ish, over a year, like left, kind of at the point where I actually expect the game to be able to actually make a deadline. I might have to finally start making videos actually again. Just hopefully this podcast running up lets me, of course. I'll be able to contact mission content, but ones left I don't think I have the voice over, I think at least. So that will help on that series, at least that should be one thing I can maybe finish off. But yeah, because of maybe some slight restrictions of contact missions and like personal aircrafts, Deluxe is a lot more of a convenient spawn location to speed run like contact missions, so for that reason it does work good for contact missions. And this is what I'm basically saying, since you have to obviously travel to like a personal aircraft or something to even let you use those traditional contact missions. I think they do, but again, you just have to travel to it, which takes time away from like actually completing the mission a little bit. So it's very good for contact missions and stuff for that reason. And it flies, obviously, so it is kind of good for point A to point B travel. It is actually pretty good for point A to point B travel for a car, of course. Obviously, you have the oppressors, and like any helicopter plane will be able to beat it in point A to point B transport. But besides for those traditional kind of vehicles that are actually real good for point A to point B transport, Deluxe is one of the other better options for point A to point B transport. That's like an actual car. In some ways, I find it even better than a scramjet, for example, for point A to point B transport. Of course, there's like vigilante stuff as well, like other rocket boost ones that rocket will take. For some other good examples for point A to point B transport, but yeah. Either way, Deluxe is pretty good point A to point B transport. Some of the best pistols in the game, with 30 of them. Nowadays, you have like a 2-minute timer on your vehicle, like recalling, so 30 missiles should usually last 2 minutes in a contact mission, even before having to recall it again. So it's a really good, it is a very good vehicle. Very much it is. It's definitely a very good vehicle to use. After that, you have the weaponized Ignis, which is a HSW House Special Works vehicle for the 9th generation consoles and PC enhanced. It's the only weaponized HSW as well, having a forced gun on it basically, which unfortunately does mean you cannot use it for HSW time trials. They actually won't let you use it for them. Fun fact, you could use it when the game Fun fact, actually, you could use it when the game first came out, up until the coronavirus DLC came out, but after that, nobody can use it anymore, since there's a weapon on it for some reason. Even when you could use it, it wouldn't even let you use a weapon in the first place, which is weird. Don't know why they had to reverse that, but they did. And you can also put like a countermeasure on it, I believe, as well, so you don't get locked onto by missiles, which is basically the same thing as a lock-on jammer, just with a fancy name of like countermeasure in this case, I believe. That is done instead, I believe, in the House Special Works instead of like your agency or like the Vinewood Car Club, which Vinewood Car Club is, yeah, also an option technically, so you can do HSW upgrades there. Yeah, I think straight up at just House Special Works for free to play, you're allowed to do the countermeasure over there as well. So you're not getting locked onto by homing missiles, basically. After that is the Grotti Furious supercar. This supercar is actually not necessarily that good, if I remember right, unfortunately. I think it's like probably in like the 10s or 20s, so like best for like lap time, which is not amazing. For non-HSW, your best supercars are pretty much the Trojan Empress, the Grotti Turismo Maggio, and then the Benefactor Krieger that was free in the last previous week or whatever. The last 2 weeks I think had it for free, but it's no longer free, I believe. So yeah, with the free Krieger they did recently, it even makes the Fury even more pointless than in that case. So I don't really recommend the Fury too much. I don't think it's that great in like either of the metrics for lifetime top speed, if I recall. I'm not saying it's bad, like below average. I'm not going to go into performance for it since it's not. It's only on discount for the subscription, so unless you want to cover that per se. So I'm just making approximations. I'm just putting like educated guesses in it, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, if you want actual performance, go to Bravo 1322 for some spreadsheets and some like videos on the performances of videos on performances of vehicles. I mean, after that is actually the Xeno. What manufacturer was that? I think it's Overbot, right? Overbot Xeno, I think. Again, it's another supercar. I think that one as well is actually not necessarily that good. At least for a lap time, I don't think it's all that amazing. Top speed, it might be in like the 10s or something, actually, at best. Maybe it's a top 10 top speed, I'm not actually that sure. It might be actually kind of good in top speed if I'm remembering right. Again, take it with a grain of salt or whatever, because trying to suggest, and it was me mentioning Furia, take it with a grain of salt. Again, I'm just going off approximations and all that kind of stuff. It's only on discount for the subscriptions, so therefore I'm not going to cover as much as other discount options. But yeah, you have the weaponized Ignis, which is your best lap time as an HSW vehicle, and it's A tier even as well without HSW. So like, even then, you need the newer platforms for the subscription. Obviously, it means these two are just not good regardless how you slice it though. In terms of this particular vehicle, in terms of this particular vehicle lineup, I mean. Alright, after that is SM722 for a sports car. This one I think is pretty mid. Might be like a mid-pack one or something for a lap time if I'm taking a prediction. If I'm making a prediction here. I think it's better for top speed if I recall right, which is the more niche metric to have. But yeah, top speed's a lot more niche and therefore it's not going to be too useful, I would say, for this one. Honestly, I think you're definitely have some better options in this vehicle lineup. Speaking of, you have the Stinger TT for another sports car, which is, yeah, again, HSW, just like the weaponized Ignis. Second HSW in this lineup, actually, just like the weaponized Ignis. Stinger TT is the second place top speed, actually, when it comes to the HSW sports cars. It's just behind the Banshee GTS, which has a lot better handling, I believe. Stinger TT, I think the one weakness of it is its handling. But yeah, the lap time and top speed are pretty fun, I believe, on this one, though. As the HSW, at least. For 9th generation consoles and PC hands, what you need for a subscription anyways, of course. So yeah, Stinger TT is a good buy. It is worth noting this also does actually have a Monitech on it as well. I believe there's some sort of a Monitech for all the Sanderson Mercenary HSW vehicles, which was one of those 4 Monitech HSW vehicles that were Sanderson Mercenaries DLC. That was, and still is, of course, and it's one of the more feature-rich ones, I think, too, so it does have the armor plating, the... No fluorescent glass, I don't think this one has fluorescent glass on it, though, But yeah, it does have armor plating. No front-mounted machine guns, those are the contract badge that have that. Slick mines, missile lock-on jammer, or remote control unit. I think some of the ones that were a Monitech slash HSW only have the missile lock-on jammer remote control unit and not the armor plating and the slick mines. The Stinger TT has the missile. No. Stinger TT, I mean. That's what stands for Black Hawk One. Stinger TT is one of the 2, I think, from the Sanders Mercenaries HSW slash Monitech badge that has the armor plating, the slick mines, and the missile lock-on jammer remote control unit. All of the features, pretty much. Now, yeah, it's not electric, so it's not the best armor plating, again, like I was saying earlier, for the Paragon S, but yes. Armor plating is still passable enough, especially combined with the missile lock-on jammer, though. Don't really need the extra, like, armor plating, I would say, with the Monitech and the HSW combination as well, not to mention. Especially being HSW and a Monitech has some of the speeds of any Monitech vehicle in the whole entire game, basically. fact, it's probably a mining type vehicle with the best top speed. In fact, it's probably the mining type vehicle that has the best top speed in the whole game, at least for a car, anyways, since obviously added to like bikes and stuff, like in the last couple updates for the drag, for example, and even some non-HSW bikes as well, technically, where it was the lockup chamber. In particular, of course. Which I know the Hawk Truck Drag is obviously not full of modern tech, I'm just saying it's a lockup chamber like I kind of said earlier though. Okay, I think that was all I wanted to say on the Stinger TT. But it's an extremely good option for a sports car over SM722, which is a lot worse for a sports car. And again, you need the newer platforms for the subscription, so I'm not going to count much for legacy platforms right now, obviously. Alright, after that, you have the Debache Wagner, which used to be a top tier supercar, I believe, up until like the Damasceno Resort DLC. I think when it came out in gun running, I think it was pretty much top tier until like a couple years later with the Damasceno Resort DLC, which has two of the current best options for non-HSW, of course, in the Trojan Empress and the Benefactor Krieger, skipping the Turismo Maggio, of course, since that came out in Chop Shop, 2023, of course. Yeah, I think the Wagner was good before those came out, so it's probably sitting like a top 5 or a top 10 for a lap time, I want to say. Which is still respectable, it's just not going to be as good as the weaponized Ignis, which is also the worst car in the current lineup of vehicles, of course. Oh, and I also didn't say, by the way, on the gun on this, I forgot to mention, by the way, on the weaponized Ignis. The gun has limited angles and is nowhere near as weaponized as the weaponized Tampa, even though the naming scheme is... Ooh, Even though the naming scheme is similar to the weaponized Tampa, it's nowhere near as weaponized as that. And the one gun it does have has limited angles compared to like the dual rotating like minigun of the weaponized Tampa, of course. So I didn't count much on the gun, and it's because it's not necessarily that good, by the way. I just want to clarify that, by the way. Since I went back to Wagner. But again, I think it's like top 5, top 10, I want to say, on like a lap time, since it used to be pretty good until like Damasceno Resort, I believe. So I want to say it still should be like top 5, top 10. Even with HSW, but with HSW, maybe it's past top 10 just a little bit somehow. But it's definitely pretty good lap time for non-HSW. It is definitely pretty good non-HSW lap time, I believe, if you're taking away the HSW options for like the 3 that are good for lap time, not counting the NTMT, of course, with its 20th place. Alright, after that though, you have the Bestia GTS. And I can't remember on the top speed, it might be like in the 10s for top speed, but yeah, it's pretty good on the Wagner, I believe, still in the slightest. Smidge is still good, the HSW has kind of thrown off a good bit, along with the Damasceno Resort batch of supercars and the Turismo Maggio, of course. And then after that, we have the Bestia GTS, which might be a retro nostalgic one from the old school 2D University Day games, but I'm not 100%. But I am not 100% if it returns from like the 2D University Day games, like the first Grand Theft Auto ever or something. Still. I think so, but I'm not 100% on that. Either way, it's another mid-tier sports car or something, probably like the SM722. It's not going to be as good as the Stinger TT. If you want a good sports car, just stick to the Stinger TT. You don't want to do SM722 or the Bestia GTS, especially being on a newer platform. You have to have a newer platform for the subscription in the first place, of course. After that, you have the Cayo drag, which I was kind of mentioning earlier when comparing them to this or to T or something or whatever. I was kind of mentioning it for. It is an HSW option. It is the one HSW motorcycle in the game. It is definitely very good. It is pretty much your best option for the HSW time trials, and actually that reminds me of this TT I forgot to mention. Again, it does have access to silk mines. I believe if you have the silk mines on, it does count it as having a weapon, like the weapon has Ignis, and therefore you wouldn't actually be able to use it for HSW time trials. But you might be able to use it for HSW time trials if you take off the silk mines. I've just never bothered to test that though. But I assume that's how that works. Basically. So I meant to clear that up earlier, so I just remembered that, of course, the next HSW was talking about the HSW Hot Drag, of course. But again, it is the only motorcycle in the game with the HSW how special works, so it is very unique there. I do argue it's also the best HSW vehicle in the game since it is a motorcycle, therefore it doesn't take as much space on the road, therefore you have to use a lot more of your utility for that actually very good top speed that it has. I do say that, but the Reaver actually has better top speed and it's not even HSW for motorcycle class, but I mean to say between all like 27 HSWs that I was basically saying like if you account for all 27 HSW vehicles only though it is the best one in terms of like going to actually take advantage of top speed opportunities and all that kind of stuff. And therefore I do find it to be the best one you can use for the HSW time trials. If you don't care to do different vehicles in HSW time trials like I do when I stream of course, and use different vehicles as a challenge basically for the different time trials, for HSW time trials, make them different and interesting of course for the sake of streaming. If you just want to simply complete the HSW time trials as most efficient as possible, I do say the Cayo drag is the best at doing so for that easy 250-ish K basically each week. Otherwise, it's also really good for regular time trials as well if you do use it correctly for those, obviously. And after that, you just finish off Paragon S sports car, which I already talked about on the main menu, which, being the free vehicle, obviously, I already talked about in the main menu, of course. Alright, so that's it for the lineup of vehicles. Alright, Simeon's vehicle list actually. I have actually been making some progress trying in an attempt to get vehicle tier 4. Which, even with the delay, it's the last winter updates, it might still be making some progress on career progressions finally, like more so than I used to, of course, like off stream, of course, Alright, cocaine. Mint counterfeit cash, basically. Alright, okay. She's 6 in the morning already, and it started at like 4ish, I think. Whatever though. Not a big deal, not a big deal. But okay. Going to what I usually go over, of course, when I'm at the casino finally here with the Regional Island 2. Now, of course, being named a second one, it might be similar to the first Elysian Islands. If you've done the first Elysian Island, you might have some kind of advantage for the second one if it's anything similar to that, of course. It does have about a 1 minute 50-second part time. But yeah, regular time trial at least for the day of Tuesday, by the way. I'll explain why I said that in a little though. Or actually, maybe even right now. But basically, the last DLC that changed the regular town trials, I believe, was the San Andreas Mercenaries DLC. I think that was actually the last DLC to change any of the different types of town trials in the game. So basically, when the update first came out, I think it changed it each and every single day for the regular town trial, like it does for RSP and Dito and Junk Energy even still. However, though, I think eventually they got tired of changing the regular town trial with how many there is or something, and I think they just went back to having like one a week. But I think the payout works similar to the RCB and Dado Junk Energy, where it's like you can do it once a day for like 50k, and then you can do it each day for a week, I believe, for like basically up to 350k. I want to say, So if you do it like all 7 days a week, that's basically 350k. If you do it all 7 days a week for some reason, then yeah, you can get upwards of 350k. I want to say. That's probably how it works. But they kind of changed it randomly for San Andreas Mercenaries and the troop beats. I'm not 100% certain there, though. Says that a pier. I'm not sure like what pier would end at, because like I don't know if this one's like minute 50ish or something. Elysian Island, quite frankly. Yeah, this one looks to be heavily in the city, and this. Wherever this one goes to, this one does seem to be heavily in the city, though, so I will say it's going to be lap time focused, I believe, over top speed, though, like per usual, like per usual, we want lap time over top speed. And for best classes you could use, I would highly recommend doing the motorcycles class. That was as, ooh, I don't know what's going on. But yes. As I was saying earlier, I do recommend going for the motorcycle classes. I was kind of saying earlier for the Hakajo drag, the HSW Hakajo drag, of course, for the Bonwood like car club lineup for the month, of course. But if not a motorcycle, then either a sports or a supercar, or in fact maybe supercar over sports car, maybe. Maybe in the slightest, I would actually even say supercar over sports car. I mean, maybe in the slightest, even I would actually say supercar over sports car. But yeah, definitely motorcycle if you can. If you're not good enough with a motorcycle or something, then probably a supercar or a sports car. I'll explain more on that later, though. Yeah, yes. So look into the best lap time options for those different classes to decide a good vehicle, basically. Again, I recommend looking into Breathy 1322 for like his vehicle spreadsheet or videos going over those classes. And then onto the RCB and Dito time trial for this day of Tuesday, at least one of two options here. Usually there's only like two options assigned for a particular day, I believe, on the RCB and Dito and Junk Energy, so the one or two possibilities usually for Tuesday here looks to be Construction Site 2. Again, main a second, like a sequel one, it's probably similar to the first one, so you would definitely have to, so I would say there's probably some kind of advantage to be had if you are very familiar with the first map, of course. It does have a 1 minute 12 second part time, by the way. As the name does suggest, by the way, you can only use one vehicle with RC Bandito. No other vehicle can be used. No Invader's Waiting. No other RC vehicle can be used for that. And yeah, for vehicle advice, obviously still only have one vehicle. Can't really give different options or classes or anything like regular time trial. So Just to learn to turn corners yourself with the respawn mechanic of triangle, Y on Xbox or key on PC, like holding it to respawn and then just keep trying until we get the turns corners. And if not, then I recommend, if not though, then I recommend just looking up a video guide. But even if you do a video guide, you might very much not be able to complete it like as efficiently compared to just respawning, trying it yourself through like learning to turn corners more naturally. So I'd recommend just doing the respawn mechanic first, and if not, then in tangent with the video guide if that helps more for some reason. Okay, so for the weekly HSW time trial, looks like it's going to be HSW Pacific Bluffs. I think it's the second to last one, I believe, technically in the order. Now, they have kind of messed up the order, I think, one time, because they actually pushed the hardest time trial, like, a little early, I think, because of, like, having the snow one time. I think they pushed it a little early, so that's why I do my time trial, like, stuff a little different. Like, I'll go to, like, a set time or something, but usually I'm pretty much just doing 8 weeks, basically, no matter what. Yeah, this one, as you may notice, there's no part-time on the screen. It's because I'm actually not an HSW vehicle, since it's determined by what vehicle you're in or something. You don't get to see it right away for that reason or something. It goes here all the way to El Gordo Lighthouse, by the way. Sure. I don't know why when you hover right over it, it will just say like Pacific Ocean or something. Yeah, El Gordo Lighthouse, like that circular thing on like that rock-looking thing, of course. That's where that is, basically. So for your route, you definitely do want to take some good shortcuts at the beginning here. There's some good shortcutting at the beginning, obviously, with all this hill area. You can just skip through instead of like taking the main road. It would definitely be a nice shortcut to start. There's like a hole over here, so you have to like go through the like toll gate or anything like that. You might be able to save time with that. I'm not even sure if it's that. I'm not 100% sure if it saves you time or not if you do go that way versus like going through a toll gate. Cars might tend to stop there though, so it might be better to go through the side way. Yeah, it might be a little better to do that though. And then I think it's mostly a GPS route from there. Once you get near the casino though, I think there is a bit of grass you could probably go through if you wanted to. That might save time versus going on the roads for sure, a little bit. That might be a more obvious shortcut than like the hole on the side or whatever though, like I was talking earlier though, I don't know. I'm not 100%, yeah, very much not 100% if that's a true shortcut, but probably would be fine. I don't think it would like ruin runs per se. If anything, it would probably just make the run a little bit more efficient if you do it correctly, of course. But yeah, from here, I think you mostly just go on the highway, and then from there, there's going to be little to no shortcut from there, obviously, once you get to the highway. Now, I'm not sure, like, I'm not sure if you can do much of, like, shortcutting, like, over here, so you might just want to go, like, past the cheapest wheat farm. But yes, I'm not sure if we can do, like, much shortcutting over here, per se, but, yeah, yes, it is. So you might just want to go past the cheapest wheat farm, like, this way. And then just take the roads legit from there with no more shortcutting now, like after that, I believe. But yeah, I think once you get like around the wheat farm, there's no shortcutting basically, like for sure though. And it's basically just taking a route from there. So arguably once you get on the highway, there might not even be any more shortcutting, and that's worth doing really. So that's the kind of route you should probably do, basically. But yeah, part-time, by the way, yeah. So for HSW, again, there's 27 vehicles total, technically. Albeit there's for sure one vehicle that cannot participate, like I said earlier, with the one-night sickness, since it was in the car club. I was talking a good bit about that, and explaining why, and like it used to be usable, but it's no longer usable. So like anywhere from like 24, 26, I think is technically the amount of options, and next there's the like Stinger TT and the Buffalo EPX, which I'm not sure if you can actually use those or not. If you have to select like off on those vehicles or something, you might be able to. I'm not 100% though. But yeah, anyways, there's kind of a Class A, there's kind of a Class C, a Class B, a Class A. I mean, again, CBA. Class C, ironically, is two classes that start with C, and it's only 3 vehicles total. Which for compacts, you only have to bring so RA HSW, and then for coupes, you have both the Sentinel XS HSW as well as the Euro X32, X32, whatever, HSW as well. So those are your 3 vehicles for your Class C, or both the compacts and coupes class. Those are the 2 classes making the Class C of HSW. And then Class B from there. Class B, Class A, by the way, I'll just mention the classes, since there's like 10 plus vehicles for those 2. So you have muscle car, SUV, sports classics, and I think off-road, and Twist Jasper, come on. And yes, I think off-road is thrown in there as well, I was trying to say. For my hernia approach, it was being all rude as fuck, by the way. So again, muscles, SUVs, sports classics, and off-road, I'm pretty sure, the 4 classes for Class B, and I was mentioning certain classes for regular time trial, but because of Class A being your sports, supers, and motorcycles, so that's why I recommend those couple classes, especially for regular time trials, since Class A is basically your best class in the game that makes up the A, obviously, the HSW time trials, whatever, for your class system in those, as well as HSW races by extension, I believe, as well, which is what is presumed to be how the time trial works with like the part-times. So I'm thinking either each vehicle has its like own part-time, or like there's for each different part-times, with its like Class C, Class B, Class A, there might be a part-time for each of those subclasses or something within the HSW subclass itself. So like subclasses or whatever. And then for your newest options, you have for the latest money front deals, your newest options, you have the HSW Woodlander, which is your 3rd place in lap time, as well as 2nd place top speed. I'm pretty sure for the SUV class, it was not very revolutionary, unfortunately. I don't really think it's that amazing of an option to use. Because I think there's the Castigator for non-HSW, like SUV, that actually performs better than the... I think there's one non-HSW even has a better lap time than the Woodlander that just came out, and that's this Castigator, whatever, that came out in Bond Dollar Bounty is whatever. So it's not that impressive for a lap time, unfortunately, since even a non-HSW beats it as well. And then it's number 2 top speed just behind the Izzy Rally HSW for SCVs, for SCVs, of course. So it's the 4th SCV added in the game, and it's 3rd and 2nd for both metrics. Not really good, unfortunately, but fortunately. And then after that, you have the HSW Tampa GT, which is arguably a lot more interesting one this time around for the newest 2. Albeit it is the worst lap time of all 27 options, I believe, for HSW. For the HSW subclass, whatever. But yeah. So that does mean it's the 5th place out of 5 HSW muscle cars, by the way, for a lap time. However, it is the number 1 top speed of its class for the muscle car class. So it is the number 1 top speed for the muscle car class. In fact, it's actually 3rd best overall for top speed, just behind the Banshee GTS and the Stinger TT, both ironically being sports cars. So only the top 2 sports cars for top speed even beat the Tampa GT for top speed for the newest muscle car option from DLC. So it's very good, very good, even if it's widely different compared to other vehicle options or something. Yeah, I did really enjoy the Tampa GT for the new option. Obviously. Ironically, I'm kind of using one similar to Tampa GT, at least for top speed right now. Being the one like right behind it, basically, for the muscle car class with the bigger. See, it's convertible, but it's only because I don't have that many options. But yes, it's only because I don't have that many options to go, basically. So that's all your options for the HSW time trial, basically. For the new 2 options yeah, that was basically yes, that's your 2 new options, basically for the Money from DLC for HSW time trial. And then I went over the Class C, Class B, Class A things, so I think everything's basically covered I want to talk about in the HSW time trial then. And then last but not least, ironically, actually right next to it is the Junk Energy time trial for day Tuesday. Your 1 of 2 options pretty much for Tuesday, being Court Center with 2-minute 10-second part time. Kind of similar to RCP data where you only have 1 to 2 options for vehicles. You only have the inductor bikes you can use, so it is Junk Energy, so it's mostly for the Junk Energy inductor, but you can also use a regular inductor if you bring your own, I believe. But yeah, you can only use the 2023 bicycles. You cannot, however, use the ones from 2013 like the BMX or Go Legacy bicycles. It's only the 2 that came out in Sanders Mercenaries update as the Junk Energy time trials that came out in that update as well, of course. But yes. But in terms of vehicle advice, by the way, since again, similar speed data is gonna not be much vehicle advice, you have to think of other advice. But yeah, in my opinion, as long as you don't fall off the bicycle, go where you need to go, maximize the curves boost, I find that you should be able to do these pretty easily, for the most part. But yeah. And yeah, there is, by the way, a curves boost feature on those. Indeed. Yes. So as long as you don't fall off, go where you need to go, maximize on curse boost, you should have no problem beating it. Obviously, I would say. And if for some reason my advice does not help, then I would obviously do the same advice of watching a video guide. Then obviously I'd recommend probably watching a video guide if my advice does not help there. But yeah, even with a video guide, you might still need to kind of do kind of general advice thing I was saying anyways. So I find it would be better to just use your own skills to eventually build up to doing it well for the future versus just knowing it better short term through watching like a video guide or something. Doing it for trial and error. Doing it for trial and error, I think, is definitely better for a long term. Knowing how to do the time trials for sure. No matter like what kind it is, basically. And then after that, I think I'm pretty much having just talked about Premium Race here, which is for the motorcycles class. So it counts as an extra classes, so there's no letter tiers to go over, so I'll kind of do what I usually did, and I think it's where I talk about the lap time and top speed options pretty much. And also, of course, HSW and Techno, which, again, there's only one HSW option for the exclusive options for the 9th generation consoles as well as PC enhanced. 9th generation consoles, yes, as well as PC enhanced. Yes, indeed. And that is the HSW Hawktail Drag. That is effectively your number one lap time option on those newer platforms. However, it is actually not the best top speed, only being behind the Western Reaver, as I kind of said earlier, actually. Since again, it was at the car club thing for the lineup for the month of November 2025. And then after that, I believe it goes to Western Power Surge or whatever. I think that's basically your best lap time without HSWs if you're on the legacy platforms. The 8th generation consoles and PC legacy, of course. Yeah, I believe then your lap time best option would then be the Western Power Surge. I believe followed by the regular Hakuto Drag, and then I want to say it's Nagasaki Shotaro after that, I believe. And then for top speed, it's the Western Reaver, which again is actually even better top speed than the HSW Hawktail Drag, which would basically be your number 2, I think, on newer platforms. Where the 9th generation consoles and PC enhanced. And then yes, that's for Western Reaver. You have the Manchester Scout and the BF400, I believe, if I remember right. 1322's vehicle spreadsheet. And I'll verify that information right now, just in case, though. But yes, I think I will verify that, though. I was just going off of what I remember, what I remember, basically. I checked my stream again, and it seems to be going fine, so good. Not surprised, of course, just wanting to be 100% certain make sure there's no issue with the recording or anything, of course. was right about the lap time options. Power Surge followed by regular Hot Drag and the Shotaro for the legacy platforms. Again, 8th gen consoles, PC, legacy. And yeah, Reaver's best top speed, followed by the HSW drag, of course, on newer platforms. 9th gen consoles basically in PC hands, of course, they're yeah, Manchester scale. And then you had a BF400 after the Reaver. That is in fact correct. Okay, so I remembered everything correct from before. I wasn't looking at the spreadsheet when I was actually remembered it. I just remembered that stuff really. I go for motorcycles a good bit. I think same place for cars and stuff, so those I'm pretty familiar with. For sure. But yeah, it's just to be Hot Drag, by the way, along with like Nightblade, even though it's not really a good like option for performance. Those two motorcycles, I think you do forward on the stick like you're doing a stoppie, I believe, for your best possible speed. So when you do like a stoppie animation, like forward on the stick, you're basically getting your best speed possible on the HSW Hot Drags, the regular and the HSW, of course, and Nightblade. Power Surge and the Shotaro, I think, are special, where you can do both forward or backward on the stick, as if you're doing either the stoppie or a wheelie for the best possible speed. For some reason, those two are special like that, I believe. And then your top speed options along with like most motorcycles of the game. So yeah, like the Reaver, the Manchester Scout, the BF400, as well as like most other motorcycles in the game, as that's for ones that I've already mentioned. You have to do backward on a stick, I believe, as if you're doing like a wheelie for your best possible speed. And actual wheelies do give you more benefit as well. Yeah, fuck, I turn you, bro. Come on, no. Yes. Again, anything aside from the few exceptions I was mentioning, basically, or whatever, you do backward on the stick as if you're doing like a wheelie, of course, for best possible speed. Actual wheelies give you the most benefit, of course. And then, what is the lap time? What is top speed for those not as familiar, by the way? But yeah, lap time is turns and corners in the city, basically. Basically turns and corners. Oh, tongue twister, yes, bro. Come on. Yo, lap time is basically turns and corners in the city, I mean. But yeah, most races have some kind of lap time, so that's why lap time tends to like be a lot more important than top speed, and top speed's therefore a lot more niche, which is your highways, airport runways, and your airstrip, and your airstrips in plural form, I mean, which includes the top of the hill one, the hills one includes that from the last of the Asian stoppage. And obviously Grand Northwestern and the Grapeseed. It's pretty much obviously top speed is the areas of like where you're meant to get high speeds, like in real life, of course, on your highways, like areas for like airplanes and stuff to take off, obviously, Hence why top speed's a lot more niche in terms of racing, at least. And then, how do you know what the race course is going to be? As you can see in the bottom right, of the screen, there's a black rectangle, where in the black rectangle is square for start job. That would be X on Xbox, and then whatever key it is on PC. And then when you're in the actual lobby screen, it will tell you what the name of the race is. When you're in the lobby screen, you can once again do square X and X marks where Q and PC. I'm pretty sure it's the same buttons, basically. It's basically. And then when you do that, it will show you the map of the race you can analyze for the lap time top speeds. So when it shows the map, obviously you should be able to analyze for the lap time top speeds effectively to see which one will be better. See which one you can actually spec into better, basically. Like which one you think will be spec into better, basically. Which again, most likely you'll want lap time over top speed, but there are those niche applications, niche purposes where you might be needing top speed over lap time. So it's always worth checking, obviously, on a case-by-case basis. And then if you for some reason forget to do it in the lobby screen, if you can also do the square X and Xbox or key and PC to check the map when you choose a vehicle. Probably still when you see a vehicle and you like know a vehicle, you might be able to get memory of like how it performs. I assume that's why they let you like do that when you choose a vehicle as well. Obviously. I assume so. I assume so. Okay, so I think that's covering that basically. I think it's finally time to be able to go to the casino now. After all the talk of the subscription for the month, the extra stuff I had to do obviously for the stream, obviously for the plus subscriptions, it's refreshed finally for the month. So that's why it took a little longer to do that. Of course, I'll involve that Grand Theft Auto 6 discussion and like to talk of next week's new like missions. It sounds like really coming out. And yeah, I figured it being like pretty much about to go into casino, honestly, like we'll go to the gambling attire here and all that stuff. Really.
Yo, I still need to holler at you later.
Like the main YouTuber outfit, obviously. Okay, I think this is the squatty I want to see here. Since they're going over a huge Cayo Perico theme, so it's probably the squatty, not the Patriot Mill spec. I'm pretty sure Patriot Mill spec does not have the option to be all, like, without a roof in the back much all that often. I'm not saying it can't look something like that, but the Patriot Mill spec I think is clearly different enough. I don't know if it has like huge like exhaust, for example, for the Mill spec. Usually, but yeah. Pretty sure that's the main squatty. Yeah, 1,000 chips more here for 1,599,939 chips. Cool. Right now, from my one spin a week, basically, for the lucky wheel. Where I got discount. Okay, so why am I upset about discount, by the way? Discounts only last 48 minutes, by the way. So yeah, when you get a discount, ironically, this is right at the top, so you have to go further down. It's a 10% discount, and it has only 48 minutes. It expires 48 minutes after you spend. So you have to already have the money, basically, for like what you want. Also, it's elitist. I have all the Pegasus vehicles and the personal aircrafts that I pretty much want at this point. So it doesn't really do anything for me. So I would rather have RP or something, to be honest. Even. Bruh. Bonnie could have actually been useful for me, but it's not, unfortunately, especially with the increase in hangar storage and all that stuff. Yeah, just no. check my stream again, I guess, just in case, just in case. Good, good, good. Fine, fine. Alright, so back over to the main news wire since I was on the plus one last time I was on the news wire. This was news wire, so. Alright, yes, it is in fact the squatty, not the mill spec. I was thinking it's like one of those two, obviously. I definitely knew it was pretty much a squatty, especially with the conflict of meaning of the event. I was with the past history would be that, not the mill spec. I think that was what crystal meth. I wasn't even paying much attention, not the real matters to me anyways, but still. So yeah, that's actually on the worst cash and carry website for that particular one. Not the most usual website for one to be pulled from for a lucky wheel vehicle, but interesting. Interesting. Yes, definitely not the most interesting website. Or no, I'm not saying interesting. There, I mean, yeah, fuck ass Ernie, fuck you. I'm saying it's not the one they usually pull from for a website. Since obviously has a lot of interesting vehicles and like lots of ones that just wouldn't work, obviously. So obviously. But yeah, man, with squatties apparently. Little preview at a discount as well, apparently. But yes. I believe they eventually gave the squatty a trade price, if I recall right, when like a song Cayo Perico came out. Yeah, I think when a song Cayo Perico came out, I think they gave it a trade price. I could be wrong there, but yeah. I don't think it had one when Cayo Perico first came out, and I think it had to wait till like a song Cayo Perico came out for like a trade price, but I think it does have one tied to that mode in some way, shape, or form. I could be wrong though, but I think on a trade price it is $847,500, which is probably something you could just grind in like 1 hour, to be honest. Even with the buy it now price, it's probably still like 1 hour, maybe like 1.5 hours to grind with the customization as well, even. Or something. Yeah, this is in the SCV's class, by the way. Not very good, I believe, for the class, unfortunately, since top of the class range, really tough to say, not HSW, but top of the class for SCV is obviously going to be HSW stuff, and I think sporty-ish, like, SCVs in the game, like the Tauros, the Astrons, including yes, including the non-HSW Astrons, of course, as well. Yeah, obviously some tough competition, obviously at the top of SCVs, so I don't think it's going to make that much of a dent in that. I guess militaristic SCVs, it's not surprising it wouldn't perform amazing, of course. Also, it's on the Cayo Perico Island, so being on the small Cayo Perico Island might mean you have to limit the performance, kind of, so it fits well for the island, of course, or something. Which, of course, would still keep that performance as well for Los Santos. But anyways, Squatty is apparently to bomb the H tier, apparently for the SCV class, for the SCV's class. And that gives it a 37th place apparently for lap time, as well as a 35th place for top speed. And apparently there is a total of 52 SCVs in the game. It looks like. So yeah, 52 SUVs, it's just not good performance at all. 137, 35. Yes, below average for both metrics, which honestly, again, is the militaristic looking SUV. That's not even surprising. I'm just saying, obviously. Obviously. For reporting fully on the vehicle, obviously, for its performance. From Broughy 152's vehicle spreadsheet, again, as a reminder. Graphic online racing YouTuber, so should be reliable, obviously. That's obviously. Our smuggler plane, I don't really care for that. Really. I liked the plane takedown. Oh shit, okay. Wow, okay. I did not do well there. Stupid fuck ass turning, and that should be distracting. Yeah, like I said before, Valkyrie, I do like the passenger gun. I very much do like the passenger gun that has an explosive cannon. Side seats also fine-ish, but obviously nowhere near as good as the explosive cannon. Side gun. Oh, okay, I found a gun van. Okay, I'll go for that. I think it was pretty much there on the way. I don't think I went all the way, but I mean too much to like one side for it to say. I did not do a good job of this, unfortunately. Alright, honestly, I won't bat that win. I want to try to park this in a good spot. I want to like break the propeller, of course. Hot damn, would be exploding some goddamn like planes or some bull or like what? But yes,
you, right?
that's okay. So gun ban now for
some
the
new
week
stuff
here.
I think you'll want to see.
Alright, so obviously, yeah, all those alien weapons that's been around for like a month are obviously finally gone since Halloween festivities are over, obviously.
Planning on a little short distance work?
And as we know now, there's apparently going to be another Halloween event before 6 comes out, apparently, as well. So, that's going to be interesting. Apparently. Alright, so going on the newswire, of course.
Taking close range,
huh? It is obviously there for like all the discounts and everything too. Alright, so combat shotgun's not on the discounts. I guess I'll start with that. Basically, to talk about here.
Every shotgun I got comes guaranteed. Not literally, but you know.
So yeah, the combat shotgun is actually featured for a pretty good reason, I would say, this time around, and pretty much in general, whenever it features, it's actually a pretty good weapon to have in the gun band. And that's because Cayo Perico, it is actually a weapon you have to find in Cayo Perico usually as like a random event.
Distance work.
So basically during the finale in like the compound, there's some spots in the compound where you have to usually find the combat shotgun. Now I remember on a stream I swore I was like checking every single spot, so it might not even be guaranteed to spawn each finale you do. But you need to basically check a set amount of spots each time you're doing a finale. It could be in one of the spots, or
taking close range, huh?
It's on any of the spots or something. It's like I was doing it when like I was showing off like a 2 times weed event, and like people were disliking it because I was like trying to find the gun, but nobody would dare try and tell me that like, oh, it probably doesn't spawn on random occasions sometimes or something. Like I didn't know that part. Fucking assholes.
Every shotgun I got comes guaranteed.
Oh, I didn't fucking care though. People were just triggered motherfuckers in this world. So, looking for some reason to be angry or some shit. So basically, if you buy it in the gun van, you don't have to do that, which is nice. So if you don't want to waste time in a finale where you could be making more money instead, or getting it done quicker for your one finale to get to
Planning on
another
a little
finale
short
quicker,
distance work?
or whatever other money maker you do aside from Cayo Perico. Yeah, it basically saves you time having to find a gun in the compound and not having to waste your time during a finale doing that, which is very, very nice, definitely, since if you do go out the way to do that, you're probably going to have to kill more people, and with the nerfs in the finale, obviously, characters can find dead bodies now. Yeah, characters can find dead bodies now, basically, which makes the heist not as easy to do as it used to be. So it's, yeah, if you don't care to like go out the way to like get
Every
this
shotgun I got comes guaranteed.
compound,
Not
is
literally,
very,
but,
very
you know.
worth purchasing out the gun vans. You have to like borrow this stupid little random event. Basically, it's basically. Ironically, though, after that week stream, I did find it first try though, which was interesting. Fucking game hated me that day apparently. Yeah.
Planning on a little short distance work?
But it's not on discount, but yeah, it's always a good one to feature in the gun van. Or if it is on discount, it's like a basic 5% or something, not like a dedicated discount for the event, obviously. But it's always a good one to feature in the gun van since you usually have to find the compound. So anytime to pick up the gun van is a very good one because you're picking up if you don't yet have it.
That kind of rifle speaks for itself.
Alright, skipping those two.
Only sold by
Yeah, the El Strickler is not on a discount, but it is worth noting this is only on the newer platforms for the 9th generation consoles and PC enhanced, so you're not going to get on your legacy 8th generation consoles and PC legacy. Yeah, El Strickler probably has not been in the gun van for some time, but in a Cayo Perico themed event, it also makes sense to bring it back.
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern classic.
It's kind of like a pseudo Mark II military rifle, basically. It is basically like a pseudo Mark II military rifle. Like a half and half, like a half-baked Mark II military rifle, basically. It's basically. Where it's not actually Mark II, it's just like kind of a Mark II, kind of not.
Trust me. You can trust that rifle.
But it has a scope to it. Which, yeah, not a lot of the recent assault rifle editions that are Mark IIs, like, do not have scopes. For example, I think the heavy rifle is the other one that's like the latest one that has a scope. And both the service carbine and the heavy rifle were, no, not heavy rifle, but the battle rifle did not have a scope. So yeah, service carbine and the battle rifle don't have scopes, for example, for two of the later editions, aside for those Strickler. So if you're on the legacy platforms, you're basically using, like, for the latest option, the heavy rifle, I think,
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern
or
classic.
whatever from the contract DLC that was meant for day one of the game as cut content, but got brought back into contract DLC. So yeah, I think that's kind of the latest assault rifle for scope on the other platforms, but this one is the latest option for scope, obviously, for the current platforms, which is nice, obviously. Which is nice, obviously. For 9th gen consoles and then PC and stuff.
Trust me, you can trust that rifle.
And then, it has the unique blue flashlight. No other weapon in the game has the blue flashlight. They're all just basic flashlights. It's just a color difference. It's just kind of cool cosmetic thing, to be fair. But, I mean, it's kind of cool.
Speaks for itself.
Also, the weapon does have blue tracers or something. Every single shot is also a tracer, which is worth mentioning. So it's apparently Mark II weapons. They do have the tracer rounds, but they only are every third shot is a tracer apparently. So you have to like purposely shoot 2 shots and waste them apparently.
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern classic.
Yeah, according to Gilly Master, who I watch, is just a pretty huge PvP YouTuber. But I believe Gilly Master is a very huge PvP YouTuber. Yeah. He basically mentioned like every 3 shots on the Mark IIs, I think, are like tracer rounds when you use the
Trust
tracer,
me.
like
You can trust
magazines
that rifle.
or whatever. But no, this one's a tracer every single shot, which is much better, obviously. So it is the best tracer round weapon game, and it's forced tracer as well. Since again, it's not a proper Mark II, it's a pseudo Mark II, essentially in concept. Also, this has an extra 5-10 meter lock-on range. I forget
That kind
what
of rifle
now.
speaks for itself.
I forget if it's 5 or 10 meters, but I think it does have that much extra meters of lock-on range, which means you can lock on like from further distances than other assault rifles. So if you are at like the minimum like lock-on distance or whatever, you want to have an advantage over other
Yeah, now
assault
that
rifles,
rifle's a modern
basically,
classic.
which is nice. Which is nice. So yeah, if somebody's using a service carbine, for example, or I think even any of the Mark IIs, you're not going to be able to lock on as like early if you're using like assisted aim or something. You do have the extra 5-10 meter lock-on range, which is pretty huge. I mean, can be pretty huge.
Me. You can
I'm
trust
not
that
100%.
rifle.
It might also help a little bit in PvE, but I think it's mostly useful in player versus player, obviously, for an extra 5-10 meter lock-on range, obviously, though. I don't know if it actually does much with like NPC AI accuracy, of course, but still.
That kind of rifle speaks for itself.
And then obviously has unique like gold like blue finishes here for those struggler, like, the wording and stuff. So cosmetics are obviously really cool. The one downside to it though is it has no suppressor. I was about to say scope, but right, suppressor. So it's not a stealth weapon at all. So you cannot use
Yeah,
it
now
for
that
stealth
rifle's a
missions.
modern classic.
You essentially cannot use it for stealth missions unless you want to break stealth though, so just keep that in mind. The regular military rifle does have a suppressor, just not the Strickler, unfortunately. Which is
Trust
definitely
me.
not amazing.
You can trust that rifle.
Unfortunately. And also, this, by the way, is totally the latest weapon addition in the game, since Money Fronts did not add a new weapon at all, unfortunately. Fuck, I started here, bro. Come on. Yeah, Money Fronts did not add a new weapon at all, so it's still the latest. So it's still the latest weapon addition in the game, since Money Fronts added nothing but weapons, unfortunately.
That kind of rifle speaks for itself.
The Striker all around is very, very good, aside for no suppressor. That's like the one thing that could have improved it really. But I guess it's kind of balanced the tracers every single shot, and since obviously tracers help see better at night, I guess they kind of balanced it by not letting it be used for stealth missions or something.
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern classic.
Alright, then there's the compact rifle after that. Compact rifle has a drum magazine, so it does actually go upwards of like 100 rounds.
Can't be found anywhere but this van. Guaranteed.
Which, yeah, it's pretty insane. Pretty insane. So the magazine capacity is very insane. It might be the best of any assault rifle in the game. However, though, this one's mostly just used on motorcycles for the most part. It's not a good one to use on hand with your actual character. Some stuff about it, it's like a smaller assault rifle, basically, so therefore does not tend to be that good for like hand-to-hand combat. It's not really good for hand-to-hand combat, but it's more for like using on a motorcycle, which is the one unique thing about it, basically. And yeah, I think motorcycle and boat uses the same type of weapons, so I think you can also use it on a boat, but obviously it's going to be a lot more useful to use on a motorcycle versus using it on a boat, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure.
That kind of rifle speaks for itself.
But I do like to use this as a drop-by on a motorcycle, especially since like you can't use it in drop-by situations a lot of times. So I do like it for that at least. But Yeah, and with the 100, of course, you don't have to reload it much, which
Hey,
is
now that
nice, of
rifle's
course,
a
for
modern
a trial
classic.
situation. So it does have its good uses, advantages, of course, but hand-to-hand combat is not its strong suit, which is what you would most likely use a weapon for in the first place. Especially because drop-out weapons, there's really, like, usually like 1 to 2 you stick to, and they tend to be good for the most part, build. Which, yeah, kind of gets
Trust
for
me.
hand-to-hand as well, I
You can
guess.
trust
But
that rifle.
usually assault rifles are most known for hand-to-hand combat, and this is not, unfortunately. So it's an interesting, different assault rifle, just saying. Still good again for motorcycle drive-bys. I do recommend it personally. And then the advanced rifle. For day one, I would say the advanced rifle was my main go-to for day one, but it has fallen off, I would
That
say,
kind of
quite
rifle
drastically
speaks for
ever
itself.
since like newer assault rifles came out. Honestly, especially with the like service carbine and its insane fire rate, I just don't bother using this one anymore personally. Like even before that, there might have been once I would beat it, I forget. Forget. You have a lot of like Mark II ones that kind of actually made it more alive. Once the other ones got
Hey,
like
now that
Mark II and
rifle's a
you made
modern
it more
classic.
special ammo, and this is like the day one that did not allow for Mark II. So Mark II has revived it, I would say, for like some time, but then yeah, obviously again, newer non-Mark II assault rifles end up like coming out. Again, like service carbine, just pretty much got all classed again anyways, I would say.
Trust me. You can
And like
trust
for
that
good,
rifle.
and basically for good this time as well. But it's still reliable, but not really much besides for that. Not really much.
That kind of rifle
reliable,
speaks for itself.
Sure. But yeah, I would say this is basically the old reliable assault rifle that just got outclassed by like service carbine. Especially though. Alright, then machete, I believe, is also not discounted most of the time as well. Like
You land
pretty
a
much all
blow
the
with
other ones
that?
I've basically covered
Good night.
already. Yeah, machete is just a basic melee weapon. I really like the animations on it. It just sucks you can't do like decapitations. Just sucks you can't really do decapitations and all that kind of stuff with it. I would be sick, I feel. You could kind of do that for the universe, I think, just not in the universe, which is trash as fuck, basically.
In a good way.
Still. I do enjoy it. I think you can use it as a biker melee weapon. I think you can use biker melee with it, so that is something for that. But yeah, melee weapons are, for the most part, not that exciting, unfortunately, unless it's like a special one, like the stone hatchet or the shocker, obviously. The shocker, obviously.
Real easy to clean.
Alright, so going over the last three to have some kind of discount. I think it's precision
That's
rifle,
new stock.
military
Fresh
rifle
out of
for
the
actual
box.
guns, and it's going to be baseball bat as well, as I'll mention. Say precision rifle is on discount apparently. And that gives it a general 40% off regardless of your platform, so it can be for 8th generation consoles, PC Legacy, 9th generation consoles,
All
and
my
PC,
snipers come pre-calibrated.
and PC enhanced. So 8th generation consoles, PC Legacy, 9th gen consoles, PC enhanced. All platforms have that discount, 40% off, and the precision rifle is still around. And I actually don't really have the precision rifle
You didn't see me.
in my weapon wheel. I don't actually have the precision rifle actually. Fuck, I started here, bro. Come on. But yes, I do not have the precision rifle and the weapon wheel. Tonto says rifle. Go on. But yeah, I really do not have precision rifle and the weapon wheel. I have in the gun locker. I mean, since I keep getting some tongue twists because of this fucking Serenian course orders. But yes. So I'm gonna explain why I have it in my gun locker, by the way. So the regular day one sniper rifle is definitely a candidacy for putting in the gun locker instead of it if you want to like use the online exclusive ones that are also available in store mode, for example. Since I have the Mark II with explosive rounds, I need a since I have my Mark II with explosive rounds, I do need a non-like explosive scope option, I find. So that's why I still have this over the precision rifle for those long ranges where I don't want to be using explosive rounds. Now, of course, I could build a heavy sniper Mark II differently, but yeah, I don't really want to do that since obviously explosive rounds are pretty valuable if you use them correctly. And they're a lot more instant versus like the railgun where you need to like track, like lead your targets or whatever, assume where they want to be like next or something, instead of shooting like directly where they're at with the slow travel time of the railgun. Basically, I'm pretty sure that has an online versus single player. Obviously, they balanced it obviously to find included in online. Obviously, they used a weapon. Obviously. For the railgun in this case, of course. But obviously, this one's useful, and then obviously this one's also Mark II, so this one you can kind of build differently. Also cannot be put with explosive rounds. So, and also, yeah, marksman. I have the holographic sight, so yeah, because I have the holographic sight, it locks on to AI targets. Precision rifle does it too. Precision rifle actually also can lock on, like this can, to actual targets. In fact, that one always does have the option, whereas marksman rifle, I think you have to do the holographic sight, and no other sight does it. And it has to be Mark II, and it has to be Mark II, and cannot be done as Mark I. For the lock on feature on this one. This one. But yeah, Mark II lock-on sniper is obviously super valuable to have over the precision, where it's not Mark II and it has no attachments even as well for the precision rifle. No attachments at all, I think, is the biggest weakness of the precision rifle. If it had attachments for the precision rifle, I do feel like it would have been a much better weapon, or at least a little better to consider, maybe over the regular sniper, or over the regular sniper or something. But nah, it's not good for long ranges at all for precision. Again, this isn't necessarily either without I have it built, but at least this one's Mark II and has like a lot better fire rate, I would say, even over precision rifle. So yes. And the reason I have precision, by the way, in the gun locker is so that my regular sniper rifle will actually get ammo each time I'm in like a new lobby. Each time I am in a new lobby, because I have a precision rifle in my gun locker, for some reason it makes it where it gives me ammo each time you're in a new lobby. I don't know why it works that way, but it does. Could have something to do with the ammo glitches in the game. It could have something to do with your ammo glitches that happen in the game or something. I don't know, but yeah, the game will randomly take away like hundreds of thousands of dollars in the ammo if you don't like do some of those like ammo glitches. The only reason I support doing that and like recommend doing so, by the way. And you can't do it with all weapons anyways, so the game will just probably randomly take your ammo for like no reason, for like rules and stuff in the first place. So.
Hey there.
Yeah, you might as well set something like that up if you want to.
Check out my sale items. Everything must go.
Oh, and also you can also do it the other way around, where you do the regular sniper rifle in place of the precision if you want to use the precision over the regular sniper. It works that way as well, by the way. By the way, for that ammo trick I was mentioning.
Hey.
Alright, then it's on to military rifle after that, which is basically the
Won't
non-specialty
find that in
Strickler.
ammunition. Ha!
It's
That's,
basically the same thing.
black market
Basically
only.
the same thing, though.
Only sold by yours truly.
But yeah, it's the same thing, but it has a suppressor on it. It doesn't have the blue flashlight, no tracers, no like extra 5-10 meter lock on range. It's basically just a much more regular traditional version of the Strickler that actually is able to do stealth missions, which is
Hey,
the
now that
only
rifle's a
one
modern
upside,
classic.
which is the only one upside. Oh, and I didn't mention, by the way, but this one does need extended clip to hit 45 rounds, whereas the old Strickler already comes with the
That
extended
one's
clip on it,
brand new.
basically.
Just hit the market.
But yes. So any an extend clip on the basic one does kind of suck a little bit. For 45 rounds and not even 60, by the way, again. Alright, sorry, I'm holding off a little bit, maybe because something might got in my way. Could be wrong though. Okay, but yeah, honestly, at least the 45 military rifle is better than the battle rifle. It's easy 30 on extend clip and 20 without, by the way. Yeah. Again, you need extend clip on the regular one versus the Strickler, which comes pre-installed with it, by the way. So you literally the only benefit the military rifle has over the Strickler again is going to be that stealth suppressor capability that does not have the Strickler.
You know the deal.
So it's almost like being as Strickler, just a much more traditional version of it, and it came out like much before it as well. And yeah, by the way, military rifle is 30% off, and it's only for Plus members, so you do have to own the subscription for the 9th generation consoles or the PC enhanced
Trust
version.
me, you can trust that rifle.
Even to get the discount, you do need the subscription for the 9th generation consoles and PC enhanced, so to get the 30% off discount, by the way. And then, yeah, last but not least, it's the free
Can't be
baseball
found
bat.
anywhere but this van. Guaranteed.
It is your free baseball bat, basically, is your last one. And, yeah, it does have a livery support, but yeah, there is a livery support for the weapon, which I do like. I'm not the biggest fan of the free one they give you for, the career progression. The Plus subscription is a lot better ones for a baseball bat in particular. I think the knife
Land a
one's
blow
pretty
with
cool
that?
they give for
Good
the
night.
survival tier 2. We got Drug Wars tier 2, it's like baseball bat skin. I'm not the biggest fan of it though. But yeah, either way, you can do livery support for the 9th generation consoles and PC enhanced platforms. 8th generation consoles PC Legacy does not have the livery support, by the way, at all.
In a good way.
And yeah, you can also use it in Biker Melee. Yeah. You can also use it in Biker Melee, I'm pretty sure. 100%.
That's the very latest.
Alright, so gunman exclusives again. Combat shotgun, you cannot buy ammunition. That's a gunman exclusive since it's otherwise only found at the compound as a random event. Yeah, random event for Perico compound, otherwise you can only buy it at the gun van.
Now that is a precision instrument.
That's the ammunition, this is the ammunition.
Won't find that in ammunition. Ha!
Yeah, Gunman exclusive on Strickler. Those are not exclusive, this is not exclusive, and this is also not exclusive, so. Livery support might be the found like plus subscription, but yes.
Real easy to clean.
Fuck, I started bro. Come on. Wait, your throwables are tear gas here. Good for room clearing, good. Yeah, good for room clearing, basically, for just here. Tactical says, bro, come on. Yeah, tear gas is good for room clearing.
You want to make a bang? That'll do it.
No. I've seen mine was added as a best surprise DLC, yes. 2014, the original one of the original ones, at least. As the name does suggest, it blows up within proximity, which does give it some very good anti-creep
Goes off guaranteed every time.
But it is a very good anti-creep tool if you have like a Mark II oppressor after you or something and you're dumb and they go on like the ground or something, or like some like dumb griefer in like an unarmored vehicle or like something. I'm sure you can find a good use for it. It's a very anti-creep tool or something.
Primers included.
Also good for GTA races or something, I'm pretty sure as well. It could also be very amazing for the GTA races for sure. And the stick bombs you can blow up whenever you want, obviously, so those are really good. Otherwise, it would be used on armored trucks for the random event with armored trucks. You can get like money out of that, obviously.
That'll do it.
So it kind of makes a utility thing for the stick bomb as well with the armored truck bring them in. Like a random event, whatever. And obviously you just have your body armor from there. Obviously just body armor from there. Okay, so that's the gunman one up for the week. The week. Alright, and then over to the cart meet next. Alright, here I think is where I usually mention the Versa Plus stuff. So might be mentioned that before going there, or I might even do it after that. Usually, actually, so I might wait a little longer. But we'll cover it kind of soon for main plus stuff, though. So I usually do it when I'm as close to the docks, so I'll usually be for the most part. Like as late as I can in the stream, basically. Also kind of early as well, just so I can get it done and over with, basically. Okay, but yeah, apparently the lineup for the Ellis car meet, like test rides, whatever, Stinka Barris, Kyle Perico Heist DLC vehicle there, Coil Baltic and the Knis Kalahari, basically. God damn it, yeah, fuck, that's not even bro. Come on. But yes, Stinka Barris. Again, Capri Heist DLC. Online exclusive, where the other two are Day 1 with the Coil Baltic, Day 1 with single player. Just Kalahari was the very first DLC in the game. Beach Bum DLC, very first DLC with vehicles, at least. Vertical, like retro, like nostalgic for like Grand Theft Auto 5 in particular, of course, at least. In the early 2013 days, of course, DLC. But a Varus, not a very good ATV, unfortunately, for an off-road class or whatever. But yeah, your best ATVs in the game are basically the Street Blazer or the Blazer Aqua for the most part for ATVs. Those are pretty much your best couple. Varus is not one of them. I did watch Bruffy 152's like class, like changing vehicle, like a whole like almost hour-long video or something. So, if I remember right. It was a pretty interesting watch, and I ended up learning how good the Blazer Aqua truly is, since I never really bothered to see where it would be if it were raceable, of course. But yeah, Street Blazer is the best raceable one, and non-raceable, like machine guns, like amphibious capabilities, the Blazer Aqua. Those are basically the two best ATVs in the game, so that just goes to show how not so good Varus is. Also, it is worth noting it was a free vehicle, I believe, as well at some point when it like first came out. So technically, it's a ripoff when you buy it, like for anything that's not free. But it's only like 100, 200K anyways, I'm pretty sure. So at least it's not even that much money if you buy outright anyways. Coil Voltic is probably not even that much. It's probably around the same price as the other thing over here, of course. It is an electric supercar. It is actually the worst top speed, I believe, for supercar class. So it is the worst, like one of the two metrics for the supercar class. But it does have electric acceleration, which is a little interesting. But you do have newer supercars that do also like the electric like acceleration kind of thing. Even on like current platforms, even current platforms. 9th generation consoles, PC enhanced, you have the Cycle 2 HSW, which is pretty much your best electric supercar. Otherwise, you have like the recent Suzumi, I think, is an electric supercar. And then the Pipistrello as well, if you want like some of the good, like recent ones or something. So it's like one of the oldest, like, it's pretty much the oldest like electric car, which is interesting, I guess. But it's literally in story mode, so it's kind of a waste of a grab spot, anyways. And then you had a Cal Harvey. It was in the first DLC, so it is also in story mode, by the way. But yes. It also does have an interesting, like, rare topless version as well. I think the initial version that came out was this roofed one. Eventually a topless version came out, but it's like pretty rare, I believe, or something. I'm not sure how to mostly go about, like, obtaining it. I think even if it's roofless in, like, the car meet or something, if you buy it from somebody, from what I've heard, even if it's roofless, it just comes to you roofed for some reason when you buy it, which is weird. Yeah, there is a roofless version that came out like something like the last Team Standing update, I think, as well. 2014, I believe. But it's off-road. It's not a good off-road vehicle, though, unfortunately, for performance, I believe, nowadays, so. But yeah, Biff also came out, and I was off-road in the same update, and I think that was like better performing one, of course, so. No surprise it's not good for off-road. Same with the Varus, which is also technically off-road, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, 2 off-road and a supercar. Two off-road, yeah, and a supercar. I mean, again, I was thinking like that class video thing that Ruffy did about like changes he would make to the vehicle class system or whatever. But yeah, I think all these vehicles are probably bolted, by the way, so no lock-on jammers. There's no lock-on jammers since these are bolted, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. So I checked the remove vehicles dates section of the spreadsheet, basically. Basically the same vehicle spreadsheet I've been using to observe the vehicle states section. I'll check that and go over that stuff, obviously. But yes, so apparently, it looks like to think of Varus. But yes, all three of these are in fact vaulted, by the way. But think of Varus and actually the coil Voltic as well. Those have both been those have both been available for the 9th time on the dealerships now, as it being bolted like 2+ years ago as Dangerous Mercenaries DLC. But when Dangerous Mercenaries DLC came out, like I think initially it might have been like upwards of 200+ vehicles apparently were vaulted. We're vaulted basically. Fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on. But yes. Again, Dangerous Mercenaries DLC came out like 2+ years ago. It vaulted like I think at most upwards of like 200+ vehicles initially. Of course, the last 2 updates they just sabotaged. Money fronts came back with some of the vehicles though, by the way. And brought lock-on chambers on and brought lock-on chambers on them, by the way. As an option to buy on them, of course. Yes. And then when they get unbolted, in the last couple of updates, they have actually brought some lock-on chambers, by the way, on unbolted vehicles. But yes. But yeah, these 3 are all still vaulted though, so as of 2+ years ago, the Varus and the Voltic are both available on dealerships for the 9th time now, apparently. And then Canis Kalahari has been available for the 8th time, I believe, in comparison, so 1 less time for appearance at a dealership for the Kalahari versus the other 2, apparently. Yes, indeed, that is the case. And yeah, I didn't mention price on this one. It's probably similar price, might even be like less price than these 2. Albeit it doesn't spawn on the streets and I'm pretty sure, so you have to buy at the dealership anyways, whereas the other 2 are 6 digits, so I think you have to buy those at the dealership anyways. Or like, this one obviously doesn't spawn online being a DLC vehicle, and that was like 2020-ish, so... Again, I don't think this one does, since it was in Beach Bum update. I don't think... It spawns in single player, I think, but not online for the streets, I believe. And yeah, the Voltic is a 6-digit price, so even though it's a day 1 vehicle, it's a 6-digit price, which makes it too hot to modify, because anything that's $100,000 or more, so anything over $99,999 is the highest something could be for 5 9s, basically. $9,999 is the highest you can have before it's too hot to modify. So yeah, you have to buy it at the dealership anyways, since it's too hot to modify if you get one off the street though. Alright, no.
¿Qué pasa?
But yeah, Doggo's been barking a little bit apparently. Canis Terminus apparently for the like prize ride. Yeah, prize ride. These are pretty much, by the way, always on the vehicle website. This one's definitely on the vehicle website. And the challenge is placed top 2 for 4 days in a row, apparently. Got your fuck ass hurting you, bro. Come on.
Later.
Oh, come on.
Hola.
But yes. Though. But again, this terminus definitely on the vehicle website though. How's our challenge though? Again, it's my earnings moving as fuck though. Placed top 2 for 4 days in a row apparently. So Tuesday, Wednesday, a little bit of Thursday, so you would have had to have been doing this like no later than Monday, I think, that they would do really reliably pretty much. really though, you would have had doing it no later than Monday. If you want like 4 full days of doing it, then you would have had to do it no later than like Sunday, apparently.
Later.
Now this is a really good off-road vehicle, so it is kind of warranted, I think, for a challenge like that, by the way, just say right now, basically. Right now, basically. Fuck, I'm sorry, bro. Come on. And then, yes. Yeah, pursuit races apparently. But yeah, I know pursuit races for sure count for these, so those are 4 players. So, and you need top 2, so that's basically 50% chance at like a bare minimum is an exact 4 players. So, not really a good way to go about it, unfortunately. At least you do have half chance, not like 25% chance, of course. Yes, I much prefer 50 over 25% chance, 100%. But yeah, you have a much better option though, obviously, like per usual, of course, of street races. Which are 2 to 8 players. So that's exactly good enough for top 2. And if you host one, you can pretty much just choose yourself once one person joins, just start up anyways. So obviously to guarantee a top 2. And then both of you in the random or like a friend or something would be guaranteed to get the vehicle basically. I'm pretty sure. So that's a really easy way to go about it, just simply do street races with one other person. Easy. And then there were ones that came out in 2023, which I don't really think would count, since the initial project system tuners as a whole came out in 2021. But yeah, drag races, I know solo they don't count, same with drift races. I haven't actually tried them with other players, I'm not 100%. Yeah. Again, since it came out a couple years after the project system for drag and drift races, I don't presume they count, unfortunately. Even with other players, but if that were the case, obviously you would be able to get 2 players on either of them pretty easily, like street races, even if it doesn't really change much anyways, whether they were or not to count with at least one other player. Again, I know they don't solo, but they probably don't even count at all, because since it came out like 2 years after the project system in the first place, even if they are still on lists like carbon surface races. And yeah, I'm not sure if you can do like the sprint races or not, like the premium sprint races. You might have to stick to the pursuit or street races pretty much. Yeah, kush like weed and stuff. See. Yeah, terminus, the regular terminus is obviously the regular terminus. Patrol one wouldn't really like work in here. I don't police vehicles really are allowed in here for the most part. And if they are, I don't think they like will let you modify them at least. Oh, and actually, not legendary, not legendary. I think it's Sovereign actually. Fuck ass hurting you, bro. Come on. Come on. So you're in 4-door off-road 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. At least. So it looks like there's a little preview, at least one discount here on this website as well. So at least 2 discounts we have seen when talking about other vehicles, basically. But yes. On the Servant's Interest Products website, the Kniss Terminus though. By getting this vehicle from a pretty easy challenge that you can just simply do from street races, at least if you're willing to do it for 4 days in a row. Which again, it's kind of past that point, unfortunately, is when I'm streaming. But say you were doing it like Monday at the latest, or especially Sunday if you want for 4 days, not like one partial day to do it, basically. Yeah, Kniss Terminus though. By getting it, you will save $1,877,500. I don't believe there's a trade price for it. I don't think there is a trade price for this one at all. Yeah, this one's set up Monty-Tech vehicle as well, which is really insane. So, armor plating, ska armor plating. It's not electric though, so again, it's not going to be the best, I believe, for the armor plating. But, like, combined with this lock-on chamber especially, then it doesn't matter too much, since it will get some pretty insane protections from missiles regardless though. I think this one might have fluorescent glass. I'm not 100% on that though, but it might. Which again, if it does, it's 16 pistol rounds, 16 star rifle rounds. Not always 16, but yes, etc. Depends on the weapon, really. Like snipers, I think would be less than 16 rounds, for example, to destroy one pane of fluorescent glass. It's not much protection, but something at least. It does in fact have that though, of course. Not an initial contract badge, so it does not get from X machine guns. Yet it does have the slug lines. And then it has either the missile lock-on chamber remote control unit, I'm pretty sure. Again, I don't think it's electric, so I don't think there's much use for the remote control unit, so you might as well go with the missile lock-on jammer, and it's more of like an off-road vehicle rather than like some crazy sports supercar, so it's probably going to be appreciated to have the missile lock-on jammer for sure on this one. So yeah, it's a very good vehicle on the prize ride this time, which is nice. But yeah, price, you probably save like around 2 hours of grinding as well if you get this too, even from the prize ride, even. And for those interested about performance of the vehicle, it's actually pretty fine there as well, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, for off-road class though, it is apparently at the bottom of the A tier, apparently for off-road, according to 152's vehicle spreadsheet. And it gives it a 5th place for lap time as well as 5th place top speed actually as well. So it is the same for both metrics actually, lap time, top speed. That's really good, really good. It would even actually be top 3 for both instead of top 5, being 3rd place to lap time, 3rd place top speed without the 2 HSW options in the class. There's 2 HSW options, so without those it would be 3rd and 3rd even. So that's for your legacy platforms, so 8th generation consoles, PC legacy, where it would actually be 3rd and 3rd, like no matter what basically. So yeah, pretty good performance for this vehicle, 100%. a very good vehicle to get a hold of for sure. And it looks like the HSW premium test ride, whatever, if you do have a current platform, obviously, of the 9th generation platforms or PC enhanced, you have the Gravity Presto RA HSW, which is, again, like I mentioned earlier, the one singular compact HSW vehicle in the game, so being the only one of the class, I think makes it very good to pick up. 100%, no argument for me no argument for me to pick it up or not. 100%, 100%. And yeah, I'm not going to show on the vehicles particularly, but yeah, it's at the top and it's on certain Sanders Super Autos. If you want to find it and everything. I think for the most part, information on here is correct, aside for the Sterling GT. Sterling GT used to actually be vaulted between San Andreas Mercenaries up till Agent Sabotage, and then they brought it back for Lock on Jammer. So Lock on Jammer with the Agent Sabotage DLC. However, they didn't update it on the list to put the website back on and have the website like button on there. So yeah, besides for that, I think it's all correct basically. So that's where you can find those on the websites from. Okay. Now going over to the luxury autos. Or actually, I did say I was going to go over the plus stuff. Actually, so hold on. I should do that right now. Alright, stream's still working. Stream is just still working. Good, so good. Not surprised, of course. Just making sure, obviously. Alright, but yes. So, yes. I might have mentioned something about casino eyes, by the way, earlier, and I didn't specify too much just yet, but yes. It is the diamonds, by the way, there. It is the diamonds here, by the way. But basically, if you have the subscription, every single like diamond casino heist you do will basically give you guaranteed diamonds. It looks like if you get the subscription for $8 a month, so that'll be a very good way to get a bunch of money for the upcoming DLC if you are willing to pay $8 a month. Now, by the way, I think there is an issue with the man trap or something. There's a man trap bug or something where like, if people are playing at 60 frames or something, it can get kind of wonky if you're like moving in certain ways or something where like your character will desync with like other characters in the heist or something, and like it kind of like quits out of it or something for whatever reason. The way to circumvent the Tonto says we're going on. Yeah, unfortunately, the way to circumvent it, I think the only way to do it is if every single player in the heist limits their frames to 30 frames per second. With like the fidelity mode, I believe it's called. So you have issues, so yes. If you have like issues of the heist, like ending on you randomly and stuff, like I think it's a desync issue in like the man trap or something tied to like higher frames for some reason. For some reason, that's an issue in the game. But yeah, guaranteed diamonds is a thing right now, basically for the subscription, which is very, very good. If you can get past the man trap bug, obviously, then it's pretty much a very good money maker. If you can just not get that happening constantly, obviously. But according to Elite Master, people that do the casino heist on like the daily, I think you have to limit your frames to 30 though when you're in like the man trap. Which is unfortunate, which is of course just unfortunate that you can't be at like 4 to 5 frames. Or targeted at least for those frame amounts. Alright, so it's just a property, it looks to be on discount for the arcade, not the renovations, it sounds like. Again, it'll be half off only for the subscription, by the way, not every player. The arcades. That one might be the most expensive, albeit not closest to the casino. So this might actually be the most expensive, but I don't actually own it. It's not as close to the casino. And if you're doing a lot of heists, you want to be as close as possible to the casino and have the best like route to the casino. Of course. God, yeah, fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on. So arcades, obviously you need arcades to do the casino heist for those guaranteed diamonds, so obviously that's going to be very good, whether it's guaranteed diamonds or not. Casino heist is one of the best money makers in the whole game, at least if you don't get the man trap bug constantly, of course. Which again, you could circumvent by all players putting out like 30 frames during the heist or something, or at least during the man trap parts in particular, but I don't know, like if it's all not worth changing the setting during the heist, which would maybe begin to see it ruining early challenges. And it didn't sound like there's renovations, but if there's renovations, style was just cosmetic, mural was just cosmetic. Or is obviously just cosmetics and on art. Personal quarters will allow you to spawn inside. Personal quarters, yes, will allow you to spawn inside the property, which is huge. If you need to spawn there for any reason, of course, like during a prep mission, you don't want to like go all the way back over to your thing. Like for example, you could be in an invite-only lobby, of course. You could just go to another invite-only lobby, and as long as you have it set your spawn location, that'll get you to your property a lot quicker. Not only could you use it for the actual heist, you could also use it to check out like the master control terminal, the original master control terminal, basically, if you have that, obviously, which I think is like more of a thing to renovations for actual like interior like arcade, but yeah. Sounds in here, obviously. It's not the same. And then high score screens is obviously just like cosmetic even for the most part as well. And then garage. But yeah. It's a 10-car garage, which is obviously going to be good for storing as many vehicles as you can store, so obviously that's going to be one of the best things I want to set up for some quarters. And yeah, I'm not sure if it would include like master control terminal and stuff, so I'm not even going to bother there, but yeah, if it impacts your gameplay and it's not just like some silly arcade game for the inside stuff that you can do like more over an actual property, then pretty much it serves some kind of purpose at least. If there's any of that, but it sounds like it's just basic property on discount, so it's probably the case, unfortunately, and not the renovations, not renovations. Fuck, it's hurting you, bro. Come on. But it sounds like it's just property 50% off, not the renovation, so I don't know. And last but not least, it looks like you have 2 aircraft discounts, in particular for luxury aircrafts. And what's the most luxury aircrafts in the game that are most overpriced? Well, I think it's pretty obvious to guess if you've been in the game for like since 2015. Fuck ass, nasty ass body hurting and shit, bro. Come on. Be a little previous of discounts, so apparently. But yeah. The most luxury aircrafts, by the way, again, I was trying to save it for my hernia was being fucking erupted and shit. If you've been around since 2015, like at least a little after the Heist DLC, you would basically know that answer since it came out with Ill-Gotten Gains Ill-Gotten Gains Update Part 1, which was basically the update after Heist DLC. And yeah, it was the Swift and Luxor Deluxe aircrafts. Pretty much the most expensive aircrafts in the game. Those gold aircrafts are half off if you do have the subscription, so this one would be like mid to high, like 2 million it looks like, and then obviously Luxor Deluxe will be $5 million exactly for 50% off. But yeah, mansions are coming into the game, so if you don't think you'll have enough money for these and mansions, I wouldn't bother too much, but these are Pegasus vehicles, just keep in mind, so you can get as many Pegasus vehicles as you want, so if you're trying to get as many vehicles as you can store in all kinds of circumstances, like your different properties and vehicles of choice, and every single Pegasus vehicle as well as maximizing your vehicle storage in the game. Obviously, you're going to want these 2 vehicles for that kind of purpose. So those will cost like around 8 million still, even with the half off. So like the 15-ish million. 7-8-ish million or something. I said 8-ish. Yeah, I said 8 million-ish. I meant 7 million-ish, I think. Yeah, because I forgot to count for like 2 million on this Swift. That was maybe 3 million there or something. But yeah, I think that should be it for the subscription. It looks like finally though. Finally does. That's every single thing covered on the event here for the subscription only. Stuff in particular, but yeah. Got stuff still to cover for the general event though, obviously still. Hot Dr. Dre, Dr. Retard, Dr. Retard, right at Record Studios. I say it like I hate him or something, but I don't. I'm just memeing him by the way. Fun fact, by the way, you also can't flip off his character. If you try to flip off his character, it won't like let you or something. It's just pretty funny, which is pretty funny. But you try to flip off his character, the game's like, nope, you can't do that apparently. Don't know why they care that much if you try to flip off Dr. Dre's like likeness in the game, but they do apparently. It's pretty funny though. Like, I know it's a respect thing for him, but like, for fuck's sakes though, like, pretty much you can flip off every other goddamn character under the sun in this game. For some reason, Dr. Dre is the problem. You can't flip his character off, or the game like gives you like a message thing or something. But yeah, I found that funny. I found out like I tried one time and you can't do that. I could show it off actually, since I'm right here actually. If I want to. Hopefully his music doesn't like override the like setting. I think it does. In case it doesn't want to. Just note as a fun fact, I can't flip off Dr. Dre.
That's fucked up.
Or Dr. Retard, Dr. Retard. Yeah, Class A Tampa GT, which I was talking a bit about already actually. Oh wow, and a Karen Woodlander. Ironically, it's 2 HSW vehicles. So I pretty much already talked about these two actually then, since I was talking about them in the HSW time trial section. So again, for HSW, this one is the worst lap time of all 27 and like third best overall for a top speed, which makes it the worst muscle car for a lap time for HSW in particular, and it's the best HSW in particular for top speed for muscle car class. Again, Woodlander is not too revolutionary. It's behind Ignis Cascadator, which is an even HSW for a lap time, which is pretty pathetic. And it's third place of the 4 SV HSWs, so only one's beneath it even for HSW, with 2 being above it for that. For the most important metric, albeit most important I guess for HSW's top speed, given that actually that's the main thing it prioritizes with or whatever. But even there, it's only seconds underneath the Izzy Rally, which isn't that bad technically, but yeah. Again, it's literally worse lap time than a non-HSW Cascadator though, which is pretty sad though. And then for the non-HSW versions, I'm not going to necessarily take a swing at them since they're not on discount. They're surely not going to be on discount for sure. They're only purely on the showroom, especially being in the latest update here. But obviously they're just going to be like worse, of course, without those. And Woodlander's already unimpressive kind of as it is in HSW, being behind a non-HSW for a long time even. I know it's just one, but like still pathetic. And then, yeah, Tampa GT is terrible on lap time, which is the most important metric, so I think that kind of already tells you like the way it up to non-HSWs you want to go basically. And if they're not on discount, I'm not going to go for exact performance numbers for them after all. And over to Simeon's. Yeah, those are both probably on like Southern, right? Oh shit. I hit something with the power, or it was just like some hard landing. Maybe it's still matter though. But yes. Yes, those two over here, obviously, for DLC vehicles, and yet are not on discount, so yeah, I'm not going to bring some performance at the non-HSWs,
Go down there
but
without
it'll be worse than what I
Don't
talked
ask me
about.
to bring you none either. You're lost, honey. Bye.
So for Simeon's Prime Deluxe Motorsport, let's be the Day 1 Grounded Cheetah. Ines Cognizant Cayo, another Day 1 vehicle. Western Daemon, which would be the last. No, not the last Daemon, but the Biker's DLC Daemon, the one from like 2016. Last one doesn't really make sense since it's a gang vehicle. It just wouldn't really be in the dealership, so I don't think it would make sense for that. Ticket for us is actually the only vaulted motorcycle I believe on the Legend Motorsport website actually, and that was like High Life update or something. Forget. Perico quick Blackfin. Oh, Gotham game update like part 1 or 2. Which means that Damon's the only online exclusive even over here in this dealership, so all the other ones you can actually try out in store mode before you can get them in online if you wanted to try them out. We had Cheetah. Cheetah, I assume, obviously is not going to be that great of a supercar nowadays, being a day one option. Condescending Cayo might be like a coupe or like something, like some interesting class. I think it is in coupes, I'm pretty sure. So you actually might be able to get some actual good use out of this one, even still for like day one of the game. For now, in 2025, even insanely enough. There's not that many coupes in the game, I believe it is a coupe, so you actually might get some good use out of Haven in 2025, for all I know. Western Daemon might have some good customizations, and like Biker's DLC motorcycles do tend to have some nicer customization for motorcycles, so. Like, really though, it's not rare like the Lost Daemon though, so like, I feel the other Daemon's more sought after. Quite frankly. Think of Rust. Yeah, again, I think it's the only like vaulted one from like Luxury Motorsport for a motorcycle, which is interesting. But yeah, it's also more of a sport bike kind of looking one too. It seems. So it might be able to perform pretty good, but I'm gonna guess like it's not anything to write home about even still. And quick laughing. Might still be kind of alright for top speed or something, like not top 10, I'm thinking like maybe like top 20 or something. Or like past the 10s or something for its top speed for muscle car class. But it kinda got succeeded by the like quick D1. That's basically like a newer version of it that's in sports classics instead of muscle, so like, I don't see too much point in that then. Again, most of these are literally in store mode, so that's for the 2016, like, civilian version of the Daemon, basically. Like, a lot of these are kind of just skips, I would say, for the most part, to be honest. And I'm pretty sure they're all definitely bolted vehicles, 100%. I don't really think these are performance-heavy ones aside for possibly the Cognizant Cario. Again, I think that's a coupe, so it actually might perform pretty good since there's only like 20-ish coupes in the game. So that actually might have some nice performance. The others, I'm not really thinking so, though. Check my stream again, make sure it's working fine. Okay, good. And I'll go back to remove vehicles dates for the rest of these vaulted vehicle things, of course, and Premium Deluxe Motorsport, whatever. But yes, so. Looks like the Cheetah's the second highest in terms of availability for different appearances on the dealership for the current event, and that's 10 times, one above the 9 times of the Varus and the Voltic so far. Again, that's the last 2+ years. Again, has the last 2+ years of Sandra's Mercenaries DLC, basically. Cognizant Cayo. That one apparently appears for the 8th time, just like how Hari did, and that was Carmi. The Daemon here appears for the 6th time, apparently, on the different dealerships. As the last 2 plus years, Dangerous Mercenaries, you'll see with this appearance. With the 2nd least appearances of all the vehicles, actually just barely ahead of the Thrust over here, which is actually the least amount of appearances of any in the current particular event. At 5 appearances, only the 5th appearance has had. Only the 5th appearance has apparently had. Tongue Twist, yes, for Pokemon Kung Pon. He has appeared for the 5th time on dealerships as of the last 2 plus years. It's Dangerous Mercenaries DLC as of this particular appearance. And then apparently the Black Finish has most appearances by comparison though, with 11 appearances of any particular vehicle in this one particular event for any of the 8 vaulted vehicles in a dealership this time around. That's the breakdown of like how frequent each one has appeared so far in the dealerships since being vaulted. Alright, so now for the rest of the stuff, pretty much mostly money opportunity, discount related stuff. Stash house, HSW time trial for a couple extra things I like to do. Alright, there is a wiki challenge, by the way, which has not been on the main menu yet, by the way. So, as a reminder, by the way, these were on double money for like a month straight, basically, but that's no longer the case, so it's back to 100,000, so it is back to 100k for a wiki challenge over the 200k it was for the last month for the, like, Halloween, like, festive times. And apparently for this event's wiki challenge, you have to complete the Perico heist 1 times. 1 times, plural. Like, what the fuck? Reminds me of like 1 kills in like Call of Duty or something. Or reminds me of like 1 kills in like Call of Duty or something. It's just ironic. Like, I get it in a case like that, because the UI, I think in general, like, has kills at like the top, and you have to keep looking like down next to each player's like amount or something. I get it in that case, but why is it 1 times like plural in like a wiki challenge where you don't have like a whole like graph to look at or something, like in a Call of Duty or something. I don't really get that, to be honest, but okay. Kind of funny. But for a Perico heist focused event, obviously for the 1 Panther statue, that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense, of course. I'll probably do one off stream, but because of how disgraceful the Perico heist has become, I'm not going to borrow it on stream, because of how disgraceful the heist has kind of become, like, in recent times. So, like, I'm not going to be doing it, like, on stream, of course. I'll definitely just purely do off stream, if I do it, of course, which I probably will, honestly, honestly. Yes, fuck, I certainly, bro. Come on. I'll probably do off stream, but with how disgraceful the heist has been for solo play in the more recent times, I'm not going to touch it on stream. They won't particular, but yeah, I'll probably do off stream now. So I do need some help with money making, basically. For sure. And that would definitely be a nice boost. For sure. Because who knows just yet how much those mansions are going to cost. I don't know if that's been pretty much confirmed too much yet. Yeah. Like in the leaks or anything, I don't really think so, honestly. So that's probably saved for December something, honestly. So honestly, so there might not be information out there to leak for that just yet, just yet. And just teasers or keynotes, really. Oh, yeah, and by the way, you do get the Strickler hat if you actually complete that as well. I'm not sure if that's new or if it's returning. It might be a returning item for the Strickler hat. I think it was a thing before, I want to say 100%. But either way, you do get the Strickler hat and 100,000 again. Keep in mind, since double money went away for the weekly challenges with this event, after like a month straight of double money on it, honestly, on weekly challenge. Okay, and then I might have want to speak a little more on the Cayo Perico words I kind of said earlier, so I might be doing that here. First of all, I do want to check for multi-game moves. Alright, well, Target Assault is not back 100%. They're still keeping the original, like, Cunning Stunt Special Vehicles circuit. Like, early 2017, like, special vehicle races in the game. Even after the Halloween stuff, interesting. So are these now permanent contents now, or like, what? Or are these now like a lot more permanent? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I thought they would for sure get rid of these. I thought for sure they would get rid of those, like, before the... No, I thought they'd get rid of them, like, when festive times were over, obviously. No, they're still in the game, apparently. So they're kind of more permanent for, like, the last month, which is interesting. I would rather have the regular Transform races back, though. Okay. But again, it's the original, like, Blazer Aqua, the Rocky Voltic Runner 2001 skin from, like, 2017, so it comes with Stunt Special Vehicle Circuit. Whatever. It's not the Doomsday Heist ones, whatever, with the, like, the Luxo, the Stromberg, and the Thruster. Those ones are not in the game, though. Still though. I think that's it, though. Nothing really happened here, it seems, though. I'm just surprised to still see those around, though. Just surprised to see those around still, though. Obviously, any Halloween contents that were made available in the last week are probably gone now, though. That's one thing, obviously, just keep in mind, of course, if I don't mention it later, of course. Yeah, special race types. They didn't bring back Cayo Perico races for some reason, which is a missed opportunity. They should have brought back the Cayo Perico races, but for some reason they didn't bring back Cayo Perico races. I guess they didn't want to bother with that for some reason. Would have been a perfect event to bring the Cayo Perico races back, though. I don't know. Just shows they don't give a fuck about stuff they should care about sometimes. No open wheels back, unfortunately, though. Don't know. So probably nothing got brought back for races, and even though, again, I think Cayo Perico races should have been brought back for the Cayo Perico races, so if they're going to do Cayo Perico Motor Wars, why don't they bring back the other Cayo Perico ones, so I don't know. Death matches, probably nothing. No car crash full auto, none of those like other kind of like Halloween death matches or like the Christmas death matches. Hell, I don't even think they brought back the Halloween death matches at all, like this Halloween, which is kind of pathetic, but I wasn't the most surprised as well. I feel if I want the most split things out there, I'm guessing. So yeah, surely nothing here either. And then capture last time standing, King Hill. I don't think they do any bolting on those, by the way. Survivals is back to just normal survivals, basically. Obviously, there's no wooden door survivals, and so on. Festivities are over again. Missions. I think there were missions that were only ever in the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 versions for some reason. They end up getting like fully deleted or something, or like they just didn't bother ever bringing it into the aforementioned versions of the game or something, from my understanding, basically. But yeah, I don't really traditionally bolt anything for contact missions or put anything back in, so that's my point really. No versus stuff. Alright, so it's quite literally just looking like Mortal Wars Cayo Perico done. Nothing like Cayo Perico races or the stall in Cayo Perico even, or another adversary mode. 32%, this shit was actually kind of fun, not gonna lie, but I don't know, it is kind of an unbalanced hole, so I could maybe see why it's 32%, I guess. Christ, I think it should be rated higher than that, but again, 28 players is very high for adversary mode, so yeah, adversary modes play on like amount of time it lasts, how the game plays out plays into the amount of time, amount of players, of course, can turn money, etc. All matters considered, though, you don't really make more than like $200,000, I feel, no matter what, though. See, I probably don't expect more than like $200,000 for like 1 hour of playing this, and assuming you win like every single time or something. Which is not realistic to expect, obviously, outside of this.
Hey, Dave! What'd you do today?
And then, yeah, obviously, you have your like permanent sumo remix for the most part. I think that's just, ooh, the tentacles, yes, come on. Yes. I assume that must be the most popular adversary move when it's the one that stays in the game all the time anymore, so that's probably why that's still in. And then, yeah, parachuting doesn't really get anything bolted, so that's all good. It's really just what it was for the 2 times, I guess. Which is usually what it is, I think, usually, but you would think they would have brought back Cayo Perico races, or like Stall and Cayo Perico, even if they didn't want to put them on like 2 times, that would have been nice. Rockstar's full of missed opportunities, Cockstar full of missed opportunities, of course. And then, yeah, that's the Cayo Perico series I've gone over here, by the way, for the Cayo Perico Mortal Wars. Okay. There is a community race series still, but yeah. Actually, I'll do that now. I'll save the everything for later. I think for technically a money opportunity that changes each week. But it's not technically one to go at the way for. It's just an overall mechanic for it. I'll go over obviously. Alright, so community jobs again. Should be 1 new race, and that's it apparently. Alright, so back here is hyphen down under mining hyphen. Money sign M, money sign. Tropicity 2 number. Like the hashtag or whatever it is. CXB1 was our laser. Looks like for that one. This is the new one here again, that one I was mentioning earlier, the card hyphen like Crowex, Roval, whatever. On the highly modified Vinewood racetrack. And then you got MB Go hyphen car track no for number Shirley 5 and outdoor go hyphen cards. all the ones with the check marks, since I do pretty much do all the race ones in particular, are returning. Also for regular race type, apparently there's like left bracket, like T right bracket, whatever, carts at the courts T2. Seems like. And it looks like that was it. So again, it's only going to be that one new map, basically. And it sounds like the new map, at least in particular, will be exclusive to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC, and the 9th generation consoles, and PC, and more so about recently, in the stream, particularly at least. Alright, so I'll do this then. And then, since it's new, obviously, I do all the race ones, in particular, since they can be done solo, since they can be done solo easily, of course. Our stream's still working good, it seems good. That's a standard GTA non-contact. Okay. Defaults to free laps, apparently. It's probably gonna be like really short, so probably won't be too long to go through one lap is all I really do. Alright, you have go-kart, you can also do tuner, drift, compacts, sedans, SUVs, capes, muscles, sports classics, sports, super, motorcycles, off-road, utility, cycles, open wheel. Back to go-kart. Time day defaults to noon. Forced off on traffic. Well, wheels defaults to off. Custom vehicles default on. Catch-ups default to advanced medium. Which I think is kind of new, like, wording for the default. Like, what used to be the default when there was only, like, simple catch-up, I think. Substreams default on. I mean. Downgrade order default. Please don't go on. Okay, so I'm going to get out of that and go back, make sure I'm back to stock settings, and hope that didn't like change something I shouldn't have or something. Oh my goodness, I didn't even like go that way to be analog stick. What the heck? My god. Do the same thing a bunch of times, just gets finicky, it seems. What the fuck? Especially my fucking starting, of course. The standard one, go-kart, the fall, of course. I don't really change from the fall, obviously. Do the intended way from the creator, obviously. I like how they let you do anything on it though, which is nice. Which is nice. I do like that for sure. For sure. Alright. Yeah, traffic forced off, by the way, if I didn't say that yet. I'm not sure, not sure. Yeah, square for minute. Yeah, it kinda looks as you would pretty much expect it to, not crazy looking. I would definitely say that's how most would probably expect it to look. So I do have a custom Vito Classic, and I have confirmed it does have engine upgrades. It's like early on in Perico, I had like almost no money available or something. Like the spare stats for like just the property stuff and everything, or whatever. Back to free mode, whatnot. Black bulletproof will do. But I do have at least a custom Vito Classic. Thought it was made for the modern, but you can also use custom Vito Classic anyways, which is nice. Which is nice. The horn, no. What's that jazz horn loop I put on this or something? I forget. It's actually better than I expected it to be or something for the go-karts. I think having some kind of since that's probably why I put it on. Alright, so like a lap should probably be like 40 seconds or so. Should probably be done in like under a minute, I'm thinking. Unless like road records like hella cheated or something. Oh shit. 11 checkpoints, okay, maybe this will last like a minute or something. Maybe it's done with like traditional vehicles, obviously, which would get you a much quicker time. So actually probably would be over a minute, I just wasn't peeking that hard on that. If I didn't make as much mistakes, I still doubt within like under a minute though. Yeah, that's probably more for using a proper vehicle. Yeah, only like a minute-ish for a lap for a go-kart. That's not terrible. So it lasts like 3-ish minutes, it seems. 3-4-ish minutes on 3 laps. That was one of the longer go-kart ones, I feel. I mean, I don't know. I did another one that was kind of longish and more interesting, actually. I do like the boost on there. I feel like other go-kart ones have boosts on this community stuff so far, so... I do like it. I do like it. I think it was fine. Not my favorite go-kart one. There was definitely at least one I liked better. I did also do like racing tier 4 on it a lot, so I might be biased on it a little bit. Yeah. There was one with like tons of props and like a boxed in area or something like that, I forget. It's almost like it was like an actual Mario Kart course. It wasn't like based on a Mario Kart course in Perico. I'm pretty sure it was not based on a Mario Kart course, or remember it being obviously, but yeah. Felt like it was based on like something at least, or like some kind of basis to it. So obviously it's just some heavily modified vinyl track, obviously, nothing that's too based on anything. Fuck, I'm turning, bro. Come on. We have 3,540, apparently I got from that. Cool, for like the minute-ish I was on it. It's on 2 times, probably right, not free. I don't know if I paid the most attention, but yeah, it's just, Assume it was 2 times, though. And yeah, I went too far, my bad. yes, 2 times. 2 times. But yeah, regular race types in general, where it would be like race stunt races, so I think it used to pay like 8-10 minutes, like max payout, whatever, like 16K-ish on it 2 times, and there was like 150% boost at least for like 24-25K solo or something. Or like 8-10 minutes max payout. So obviously you make your true money when you play against other players, which obviously there's competition involved there, so not too reliable of a moneymaker though. Probably no more than like $100,000 or something now, where like adversary mode surely isn't certain more modes. Since I didn't mention yet, those are more modes of fun per adversary modes and races and stuff, so obviously don't really make crazy money. Yeah, I think last but not least, technically for money opportunity is the FFP party file. Changes weekly, they don't necessarily go out the way to change, it might just be a general game mechanic with it or something. And it is Project Breakaway file, which is good if you only bother with it one time. If you only ever do priority file and you don't ever do the other ones like other times or anything good. But it does mean you have one less of the better 2 options to grind consistently. It depends on how much you grind these, like how good that is. Like if you actually grind them normally, then like it's kind of not good to have the priority on the 1 to 2 like best ones. Probably going to go back with the Vigor CX convertible, of course, and that's what I'm supposed to kind of be with, not the drag, of course, like I had earlier.
What you need, boss? Some wheels?
That was just
I can bring them around.
Off stream, of course. Be free, of course.
I'll bring it to you.
Of course. So I do believe salvage yard's gonna be next here. Next year. Yeah, I think I just had discounts left after the money stuff. Like after the community series, basically. And the party bounty. So I do want to show the weekly lineup, obviously, at the salvage yard. So that's something that does change weekly, technically speaking. Technically speaking. And yeah, I could have done the quick menu, but yeah, I didn't really care to do that for that. Not that much longer, dude, not waiting. Ooh, cool. What was that doing? Fuck ass hernia though. What are you doing? Looking like I might have to do a time trial in the night, depending on like how quick I can get through the discount stuff. Of course, my fucking sergeant should be in a bitch. Whatever. Check my stream some more here, just in case, of course, just in case, yeah, just in case. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I did everything pretty much besides for covering discounts on one thing, so yeah. That's kind of why I'm starting to do the miscellaneous stuff, kind of wrap the salvage yard, but yeah. I mentioned the stash house agents that we can actually have to find people for the salvage yard as well, since it changes each week, obviously, technically speaking. Even if it's not usually that exciting, since of course
Hey,
Cockstar doesn't give
see you around.
like a free vehicle each time for that, like they do for the prize ride and all the other kind of stuff for whatever reason. Which of course would actually make it a lot more interesting. But yeah, I always find it ironic this came out after Sandra's Mercenaries and you have to do it manually for the menu. But yeah, some computer things like give you the CO options and stuff, but others don't for some reason, which I find weird and inconsistent and stuff. Not the only case I'm pretty sure in this, but still. Alright, so you have the Innis Hellion, which I believe was released in the After Hours DLC. It's either off-road or most likely even SUV, I would say. Looks to be the standard range or whatever terminology I want to use here, basically. I think I'll roll with that, yeah. 6 minutes. I have to go on the GT Series videos community post actually to get more information on that if I want, of course. Of course. And actually watch something from them lately, so I don't have to go like all through my YouTube subscriptions just to get them as well, which is nice. That's nice. Fuck, it's hernia, bro. Come on. Alright, but yeah. Apparently it's the gangbanger robbery, by the way, for the Hellion, though. The one that's at like the police station, I'm pretty sure. That's what that one is. And it has a max sell value of $253,000 and a salvage value of $202,400. And an Antidinas Euros tuner subclass vehicle for the sports class is its main class. Also returns from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, or at least it was kind of the closest Euros 2 to San Andreas 1. Kind of went to the Euros X32 afterwards though. But initially it was kind of the first initial return of the Euros from San Andreas. So he's kind of on my way apparently. Wow. This mid-range vehicle. Whatever technology, mid-range, sure. For cargo ship robbery. Max sell value for 39,000. Salvage value $271,200. Again, salvage value $271,200. Last but not least is Tuner Panther. Released during the Los Santos Drug Wars DLC. Only tuner in the game as well for manufacturer, I'm pretty sure there. So it's interesting. Okay, sorry, bro. Come on. Yes, only tuner vehicle in the whole game. So it's a very interesting manufacturer. It's top range vehicle, whatever, for this particular time around. And this one's for the But Tony robbery to win in the submarine all the way and got in Pluto, apparently. Get max sell value for 98,000. Then get max sell value for 98,000. With salvage value of $318,400. Let's break down the salvage. That total cents for click on. Max sell value for 98,000. Salvage value $318,400. Let's break down this time for the weekly salvage yard stuff. I might finally have somebody on my fucking way. Maybe. Got you fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on. Fuck. Yes, might have somebody on my way from, crawling around in the goddamn bathroom hallway again, of course. I check my stream again, because that shit was happening, I guess. So I think I'm just on discounts, basically at this point. There is kind of a pseudo property discount, by the way, so I will get to that at some point, but it's kind of not 100% property for the general event, of course, but obviously there was the arcade thing 50% off or plus, but I'm not talking about that. I mean the general event, obviously, so. I don't think there's anything for Arena War. Probably not going to be for Benny's either, but that's a lot more likely, actually. There might be something actually for Benny's, if I see it correctly here. I just jumped the gun on that one. Oh, actually, maybe quite a couple things, actually. Might be quite a couple things, actually, on Benny's. But still, I don't think Arena had any, though. Some Benny's starting off with the Karate Brioso 300 Cowboys DLC, I believe this one was. I forget if the Brioso 300 even had a trade price. I don't necessarily feel like it did, but it could be wrong. I think this was something Cowboy Price DLC on this one. We have for 7,500, possibly not a trade price on this. It might be everybody's price here. 274,500. So what, like 83,000 to get to like 374 or something. Yeah, I think like 83,000-ish, I want to say. 183,000-ish, I think, on the savings, yes. It's a compact vehicle here, 40% off. 40% off. Actually, some variety on discounts this time. Some 40s and some 40s and some are 30s even. So feel for a while they've been sticking to like 1%. So that's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, compacts though, pretty niche class. There's not a lot there. The regular Bracer 300 is apparently the worst raceable option for a lap time. Worst raceable option for a lap time for the compacts class of the 15 raceable options, giving it 15. But yeah, giving it bottom G tier for 152's spreadsheet. The compacts class, giving it 15th place lap time, and also 15th place top speed. It looks like with all the non-raceable, the 2 non-raceables would still be the worst for like a 17th place and like a 16th place for top speed, just ahead of like 1 vehicle for top speed. So that's nothing crazy. However, even though it's not on discount, it does have the Bracer 300 wide bodies Benny's upgrade. So to talk about that one, I guess to make it more useful, I guess, since it is a pretty bad compacts. If you notice in each class, it's just not a good compacts. It instead goes to the top of the E tier as the wide body, in the same class, by the way, of course, with a 9th place for lap time, as well as a 12th place for top speed. And again, compact has 1 HSW, so it would still be like 11th place at best for the top speed. But it might be able to go up to like 8th place or something for lap time if you're on the legacy platforms, like gen consoles, basically in PC legacy. So pretty fine, pretty fine. As a wide body, I would say. Definitely can have some finish lap time, I would say, as a wide body in particular. So I think it is kind of one worth investing into just for this wide body version, and also you get tons of customization for the wide body as well. So fine performance and customization as a wide body, so that's a wide body, which again not on discount there, just a stock vehicle. And then the Ultrabody Nero. I think this was from the import-export DLC, I believe it introduced in, I believe it is, fuck, it's hernia, bro, come on, fuck. Yeah, going from 1,440,000 to 1,008,000. And yeah, import-export was to start our trade prices, pretty sure I remember that being the case. I know how you will see that trade prices, but those are added later on, I'm pretty sure. And back then you had to actually play the heist to actually get the vehicles unlocked at all for most of them. But yeah. $432,000 savings, it seems pretty straight up there from the 1,440,000 to 1,008,000. Again, no trade price on this. Everybody will have that same price, I'm 100% certain. The Bracer 300 is 40% off. This one is 30% off, by the way. So this one is a supercar, I'm pretty sure, on this one. Yeah, I'm definitely 100% certain it's a supercar on this one. And apparently... It looks like this one's in the middle of the F tier, apparently, for the supercar class, according to the spreadsheet. Which gives it a 40th place for lap time, as well as a 21st place for top speed. At best, it would be +4 or like a -4 on it, be like 36 out of like 60ish, I believe, for cars. So it would just not be above average no matter what on the lap time, which is the most important metric, unfortunately. And it is a 21st place top speed though, which -4 there would be 17th, which is pretty respectable there. Like a few several placements out of the top 10 at best for legacy platforms of Asian consoles, PC legacy, especially. And if I was curious if for some reason that's not satisfying enough, which yeah, kind of isn't to be fair. The Nero Custom, again, is not on discount for the upgrade price, it's just a basic stock vehicle, but if you want to put it to a custom, Nero Custom is apparently in the E tier. It is, yes, apparently the E tier, which gives it a 33rd place for a long time, which yes, gives it a 33rd place a long time, and a 16th place top speed. Apparently fucking starting, bro. Come on. Which, with HSW into account, is actually still below average on the lap time, but it's actually above average on the lap time, though. If you take away HSW, I'm pretty sure on it, at least. In at least some sense, it is, at least. However, that does include the non-raceable options for the rocket boosts and stuff, I'm pretty sure. So just keep that in mind for the scores. But yeah, for the record, there is 64 supercars in the game, and -4 would be like 60. $60. So without HSW, it would help it a good bit in terms of technically, in a sense, being above average for the class for a lap time as well. And yeah. However, the top speed is the more important metric on this one in terms of like better like numbers in particular. Obviously, top speed is a lot more niche though, so it doesn't really help it too much though. But yeah. You're only like a few several placements out top 10, and you're getting some good customization, not too terrible, but also not as good as the Brioso 305 body or another one that's on a discount on this site with the Benny's upgrade to it. But again, no Benny's upgrades on discount, just saying, just saying. They just happen to be on the website, obviously, because they have those Benny's upgrades. Alright, that's it for Benny's, so on to Letus. Which looked like there was a couple here at least, so it looked like there was always a couple over here. Holy fucking god, fucking damn, you goddamn fucking nasty ass body, bro. Come on. Alright, but yeah, starting off though, apparently, it is the only aircraft on discount. Apparently that will require a hanger, it looks like, for elitist discounts, at least anyways. Now on a trade price, this does have a trade price, 100% this has a trade price. Going from $500,000 to $350,000. And the way you get the trade price, I think you just sell like 3 different times at your hangar, basically. Now I don't know with the introduction of land sales if it has to be done as air sales for like trade prices for these aircrafts. Might not matter. Might actually not end up mattering. Yes. Yeah, basically, free sales basically equates to the trade price unlocked for the ultralight. And it turns out when you buy a hanger, I believe you get exactly 3 goods. So it's basically, you can instantly go for the trade price if you wanted for this vehicle. Just simply buy a hanger, just selling the 3 random goods your hanger starts with, if I recall. However, they have given the vehicle for free one time around. I believe they did give this vehicle for free. So anything that's less, anything that's more than free, obviously, is a rip-off on this vehicle for that reason, but it's super cheap. Super cheap as long as you have the trade price. So, like, I feel it's always kind of worth getting it, especially because it is a weaponized vehicle as well, technically. So it might not be going for performance. It's an interesting vehicle with weapons and stuff. But, yeah. It has a gimbal turret as its only weapon, which is a super unique gun on it, actually. It's the only vehicle to have the gimbal turret in the game, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know, it's kind of like a machine gun, like a minigun kind of thing. Fuck, that's hurting you, bro. Come on. Yes. Gimbal turret's like a machine gun, like a minigun kind of thing. Maybe more like a minigun over a machine gun, by the way. It's kind of like a little inky dink, like minigun kind of thing. Kind of like mounted to the like front of it, I'm pretty sure. Has some good angles to it, at least like to the sides. You cannot go like entirely to the sides. I don't think you can do it like all the way around, obviously. That's just not too logical. It was pretty good, but I think the camera angle got kind of messed up at some point or something, so it's not as good for aiming, I believe, anymore, unfortunately. It's still a pretty unique weapon. It's just hard to get much use advantage out of it, though. It does have an interesting feature though with the propeller, though. There is a certain propeller upgrade you can do that makes it like a stealth aircraft. I believe it's also the first stealth aircraft, technically. And the thing is, you have to actually be at a slow speed with it, though. It's not like the Akula and like the Knowledge Stealth that came out later on, where it's like a toggle. This one, you have to be at like slow speeds to keep the stealth, which is kind of inefficient. I feel if you could be full speed and like be stealth all the time with it, though, if they update the propeller to be like that for some reason, then like, which it's kind of unbalanced compared to the Akula and Knowledge Stealth anyways. I don't think it would hurt the game. But they made it where basically it was just stealth all the time with that on. I think it would be a much better aircraft, quite frankly. quite frankly. So I think it's a pretty nice aircraft, actually. It might have explosive resistance, but it doesn't really matter though, since it's a hang glider and it's pretty like wide open. So if you do get hit by explosive, even if there's explosive resistance, you just die anyways. By the way. Yeah, I'm not going over performance. It has a weapon on it, so I think it's useful enough. And it has a stealth thing to it. Alright, so Buckingham Nimbus or whatever. It's a $1.9 million aircraft to $1,330,000. This is finance felony, which was before import-export, so this definitely does not have a trade price. $570,000 off on this compared to the $150K off of the Ultra Elite. Which, yeah, keeping track of the percentages again, by the way. Ultralights 30% off, and then apparently the Nimbus is also 30% off. So yes, this one is also, yes, 30% off. So this one would actually be an extra class as being a plane, so there will not be a letter tier for this one, just keep in mind. This. That's how it works on the spreadsheet, by the way. We had a Nimbus, though. According to the spreadsheet, though, and yeah, this is Pegasus. You don't need a hanger for it. It's always stored at Pegasus. You can put one in a hanger, but you would only be able to respray. You wouldn't get any performance benefit out of that or anything. I don't think it's worth a hanger storage slot, quite frankly. realistically, I just do not think it's worth it. At least 35, I'm not sure about 40, but even with 40, it's probably not all that worth it anyways, I'm sure. Even if there's like a couple slots for like some of the more useless aircrafts in the game, I would say at that point. But yes. Be a Nimbus though. Is apparently 17th place lap time as well as 16th place top speed though. Hello. Out of 39 planes in the game, it looks like. So it is definitely above average for both metrics. Not top 10 anywhere, but it's still pretty fine as it is. Definitely. But you might as well get it if you have the money for it, since it's a Pegasus, and you just keep spawning them as much as you want, and there's no vehicle storage limit for Pegasus. And then after that is the Mallard, and that finishes up this, it looks like. So 250,000 to 175,000 is a $75,000 off discount. Willing to bet it's 30% off on this one, probably. Alright, yeah. Yes, the Mallard is 30% off. And the Mallard for a plane, again, it's Pegasus again, like this Day 1 aircraft. So obviously it's Pegasus. You might as well buy it, it's super cheap. It's a Pegasus vehicle, there's no storage on it. You might as well just buy it if it's this cheap. Random discount, I feel, for 30% off the Mallard. Interesting, nevertheless. Again, no letter tier being a plane. It's 21st place in lap time as well as 29th place top speed, which is below average for both metrics. So, and yeah, no ages to be honest for planes. So, every plane exists in all versions of the game, for even 9th gen, not counting 7th gen, honestly, since online ended for that quite some time ago. Alright, Legendary Motorsport next for any discounts, if there is any. I would hope there would be, but maybe there's not, so usually there is one of those, so I'll just look around. Basically. Actually, I haven't been one for 2 4. Is there not going to be a discount for a legendary at all for some reason? Alright, the Reaper, okay. That's one right there, that's one right there. Looks like that might be the only one for the site, okay. Kind of mentioned it earlier, by the way, but yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I think that's definitely the only one for legendary this time, it looks like. Fucking massive body ring and shit. Come on. But yeah, I don't think there's a trade price on this. I don't think so, if I recall. I think it was pretty much limited to Money-Tech vehicles for contract deals. Trade prices, by the way. And it's not full on a Money-Tech, it just has the lock-on chamber. And it got that like either the last update or money runs itself here. We have 1.9 million, 1,000,000 on the. It's a 30% off discount apparently on that. So $570,000 off it looks like on that. It's a motorcycle as well, so it is an extra tier. It's an extra class, does that mean anything? So no letter tier. Any of the Reaver is apparently 8th place for a lap time as well as number 1 for top speed. Yes, even better top speed than HSW Hardshell Drag. So it is the best metric for top speed for a motorcycle apparently in the game. Even above the HSW Hawk Tower track, which is absolutely insane. 100% is a very good motorcycle to be buying here, regardless of your platform. And you could even get lock-on chamber for it, and it's insane for top speed, so I'm sure it works very, very well, and also being a motorcycle being harder to hit and everything. Obviously, you just don't crash on it and stuff, and then you'll be very fine on it, obviously, with the lock-on jammer. I would think most likely. Alright, anything else really, I'm gonna check my stream again, because I'm getting so confused what I'm trying to do right now. Oh yeah, I was going to check the patch notes on Moneyfront to see if it was this update or the last update. I would think it would have been Agent Sabotage that added the lock-on on this one. Oh no, Western Reaper just got it in Moneyfront. It's actually okay. Yeah, Moneyfront's actually just this update got this given the lock-on chamber or whatever, basically. So that's cool. Drag just got this update as well, actually. As well. Any war stock discounts? I have to look, I guess. I think there's one vehicle that might be on there, actually, and that's pretty much going to be it, I think, if there is even one at all on there. Yeah, I'm not just mistaking it for something on Southern. Yeah, it's not on this website, okay. The Maibatsu Manchester Scout, I actually kind of mentioned this earlier, I believe. It's actually pretty good for top speed. Again, never motorcycle, it's an extra classes. Actually has a lock-on jammer support as well, which probably also just happened this update, since lots of bikes, a lot of bikes got it this update, it looks like. I don't see it listed though on the money fronts. It might have got it last update. I might have got one last update actually on the Manchester Scout then. It seems. But again, motorcycles, it counts as extra classes. No letter tiers, so yeah, no letter tiers in extra classes. 36th place for lap time apparently, and 3rd place for top speed. There's 56 motorcycles, only 1 HSW, that's -1. 35 at best on the lap time, that's, yeah, below average lap time, but it's 3rd place top speed though. It's just behind the HSW Hawk Drag and the Reaver. Very, very good on the top speed. I think makes it worth it. I think makes it pretty worth it. It's super cheap. Super cheap. Very worth it for the discount. 100%. Oh, and also I didn't mention, right, the Kasaka is on discount, right? I meant to mention that before that, but yeah, Kasaka's on discount. For 40% off. So. Okay. Yes, fuck, that's right, you have 40% off. I don't think any renovations are on discount, though. I do not think any renovations are on discount, though. Yeah. No renovations, unfortunately, listed on this. That is unfortunate. But yeah, the sonar station allows you to find like the underwater stuff, like Tordor and stuff, like the hidden catches, which can be nice if you want a little bit of side money, like every once in a while, I guess. especially if it's on like a 2x, and then you can also use like the triangle like point of interest feature on like the map to help find them pretty easily. Use the sonar, just mark it with point of interest, and then just get them as you can. Would be the best way to do it, by the way. Guided missiles you could maybe use for like a headhunter or something, maybe, but it's difficult to do. Otherwise, you're just using it for like messing around in free mode. I feel. Weapon workshop, you have to use in lots of places. Arcade actually is a free one, I believe, for the plus property that's on half off or plus. As long as you have a casino heist going on, I believe you do get a free weapon workshop on arcade, which I think is the cheapest one you could get, technically speaking, but you do have to have an active casino heist, which is the downside. But it's pretty good. It's pretty fine. Pretty fine. If you want like a number Mark II weapon thing or like one at all, it's probably a fine option. Sparrow is 100% one of the best helicopters, if not the best helicopter in the game right now. And then Kraken Visa is a mini submarine inside a submarine, which is kind of garbage to be honest for the most part. Probably not going to be using it much, so it's kind of a meme really. And then yeah, Kasaka you need for the Perico heist for the Panther statue, so 100% I would definitely get it for the spin. Even with the nerfs and stuff, Perico heist can be one of your best money makers, even still if you do it right, so 100% I would recommend it for using the heist, even without Panther statue as well. So that's basically my opinions on it. I do have a whole review and guide, by the way, on the Kasaka for other things that might have not mentioned. But yeah, 40% off, and I mentioned everything I could. But if I didn't mention certain stuff I should have mentioned, it should be on the review guide that I've done now, for what I think at least of the vehicle. Again, Manchester Scout, number 3 top speed, just behind the Reaver and the HS7 track. Very, very good. That one makes it super worth it, super cheap priced already. Ready. And I think that would be it for those two on this website, personally. Yeah, certain pickups are on discount, just switched up at the moment since I have a free offer thing that can redeem since I already owned it before, like best surprise 2018, same with the Buzzard. Same thing with the Buzzard, best surprise 2018, they gave it free, but I can claim it since I already owned those two. Alright, I think there is one thing at least unlocked to use. Yeah, and that's the speeder boat from the Beach Bum DLC. Wow, they actually threw a boat in here as well. I swear they threw a lot of random discounts this time. Deal. Oh yeah, for discount percentages, by the way, again, Kasaka's 40. Manchester Scout was also 40% off, by the way. Two remaining 40% will, by the way, also be on Stubborn, so this is 30% on the speeder. 30% off. It's Pegasus, so you might as well get it. No vehicle storage on Pegasus, and it's boat, so it comes with extra classes, so no tier rating. No letter tier, Yeah, speeder's number 2 for lap time, and number 6 top speed, which is definitely pretty good out of like 19 boats in the game. 19 boats in the game. Oh and yeah, did I even go over the percent much? Yeah, there was barely any discount on the one. Like the Manchester Scouts, I didn't really care to go on the exact amount of discount. $2,500 away from 100k. 97,500 discount, I believe, on the speeder. Then no trade price, of course, being a Beach Bum, like first ever deal on any vehicle in the game. No cycle discounts, even with all the like random discounts it's been. Even with all the random discounts it's been. No cycle discounts. Alright, so how many discounts left for the last website? This last website. think 4 discounts left that I've not covered. Might be some overlap if like the Bruce 300 appearing again, for example, but I think that would be the only overlap as a matter of fact, most likely, but yes, yes, indeed. Fuck, that's hurting me, bro, come on. Ow, yeah, I forget if that's the same price or not. It might not be trade price like I was saying for this one though, but yeah, this is the overlap over here. This is already appeared on Benny's, so I don't have to talk about it again, of course. Better talk about Benny's when that's Benny's upgrade, of course, so we can talk about the upgrade easier as well. Alright, but yeah, for Diamond Casino Heist, it looks like there's a classic Drift Yosemite, which has a trade price. It was what Diamond Casino Heist said, so it must be tied to the Casino Heist, surely, for the trade price. Bro, fuck ass hurting you, bro. Come on. Come on. Yeah, what is that? 1,308,000 or 1,300,000? Exactly, whatever. Buy now price 92,600. 300, like 85, like 90-ish thousand-ish dollars off by now. I don't care to go over that as much anyways, so I don't care if I got it right or not. Which I definitely surely did not get an exact amount right there, surely. The trade price is definitely tied to selecting it as getaway vehicle for Diamond Casino Heist. You don't even have to touch the getaway vehicle in the actual like heist finale. Just steal the getaway vehicle you need for the trade price. Don't even have to bother with it. In fact, I don't even prefer doing it. I do a cop car in like the racetrack section and I just drive off basically. With like the incline or something, like past events on the other side of the racetrack. That's what I do basically, and it works pretty fine. Pretty fine for the most part. Unless I get like a dumb random in my heist that doesn't know what they're doing or something. So. Yeah. As that said, I basically said what this says. And again, you have to be the leader. You can't rely on somebody else choosing a vehicle that doesn't count for you. It only counts if it's your own heist. And yeah, it has drift tuning since it's a drift vehicle called the Drift Yosemite. It eventually added the drift feature that they added later on to it. And then there's exquisite livery support for the drift version as well. You know, 1,000, 66,700, 5,700, away from 300k. So what, like, to like 94-ish thousand around there, something like that. Don't want to say exact amount. Stupid current bitch though. Like 294, like 300 might for sure be actually. Yeah, this is a muscle car. Pretty sure is what it's classified as. So back over to the lap time top speeds and race tier. So there will be a letter tier to go over. There finally will yes be another letter tier to go over. And it is apparently in the B tier, apparently. And it is apparently 16th place for lap time, as well as 63rd place top speed. Top speed is very much below average for the class. There is like 80-ish for muscle cars, so no matter what, that's basically below average top speed. However, though, 16th place is pretty fun. How many are above it? I believe all but like 1 for HSW, so that would be -4. The only Tampa GT I think is below it for lap time. That would be a 12th place at best for lap time, which sadly is still a couple percent out of the top 10. But it's somewhat serviceable if you're bungling a little bit off the top 10. But yeah, it's mostly for the drift races and stuff, which you don't really even need a custom for. You can basically just use a stock one. It's the same performance upgrades for drift tuning at all, basically. So it's a pretty fun vehicle, 100%. There's better vehicles out there for the muscle car class. Which, by the way, exact amount of muscle cars right now for back to top speeds, always below average for it is 88, with 82 being raceable. So yeah, it was in like, what, 60s, so it's not going to get anywhere there for top speed. Any improvement or anything, no matter what. And yeah, I think it's just go-karts actually from here, actually, obviously going on with the committee race series, I mean, whatever. I will just explain what those were, basically. Oh wait, no, there's Cavalcade XL still, okay. Right, never mind. I'm dumb. So this was adding what, Chop DLC looked like 665,000, 165,500, 499,500 is exactly 500 away from 500k off, it looks like. And this is SCV, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, 30% off on this. Trivia 70 was also 30% off, by the way. Yeah, 30% off the Cavalcade XL SCV. And Cavalcade XL. It's apparently at the bottom of the C tier. Is yes, apparently at the bottom of the C tier for the speed class. 20th place for lap time, as well as 32nd place for top speed, apparently again. I think there's 4 SUVs in the game I was saying earlier. We were talking about the Woodlander before. I believe all of the 4 are better than it for lap time. Yes. 16th at best there, which is above average. 28th at best for the top speed, which is nothing. Which is nothing. It's not looking good no matter what there for top speed. Since for SUV there is 52 SUVs in the game. So 52 SUVs in the game, like 28 times to 2 would be 56. Yeah, that's not going to do anything for it. So it's several placements out top 10 at best for top time. Yeah, I wouldn't really say this is the greatest vehicle out there. If you're a huge fan of the Cavalcades, which I think have been popular since Grand Theft Auto 4, this one doesn't actually appear in the GTA 4 episodes of Uber City, but if you're a fan of the Cavalcade line is fine, I guess, but yeah. It's person preference customization kind of vehicle, really. I mean, that's the into the go-karts finally, I think. I said that earlier, but I thought I was done aside from the go-karts. So aside from the go-karts, guys. Alright, I'm pretty sure it's just those go-karts now. Vita Modern and Vita Classic. Yeah, I think a Vita Modern though. One of two, or I think four actually for non-raceable sport cars. I think there's four non-raceable sport cars, and two of them are go-karts. Yeah, 995,000 to 597,000, 40% off. 2,000 away from 400k, so that should be 398k, I believe. 398,000 basically off of it. We had a Vita Modern though. Again, it's not raceable, unfortunately, but even if it were, it's not great. It's only really usable in the go-kart races. In terms of main races, it's, again, not non-raceable. Between the two go-karts, it's the best one for lap time and top speed. It's got the better metrics for the go-karts. 111 for its like lap time, okay. 111.2. 04. Actually would put it in like 100 in like 8th place or something. Out of like 117. Not amazing for lap time, but surprisingly good for being a go-kart. And it's like second worst top speed in the whole game for sports class at 117 of those. Yeah, it's garbage, of course. And then, yeah, the Vito Classic going from 895,000 to 507,000. 358,000. Yeah, I think $58,000 off on that. And yeah, it's kind of a rip-off since, again, I think I mentioned earlier in the stream when I was saying if I thought there'd be like a heist challenge this year since they did Perico stuff here. Again, I think they would announce the heist challenge actually when I was thinking about it. Yeah. Like, I don't think there's going to be a heist challenge since they didn't announce one here, of course, for this event in the newswire. But yeah, this was a reward for a heist challenge one time for 2020, and obviously that made it a free vehicle, so it's a rip-off at like 500k. At 500k, it's a rip-off. Should have been at least half off, I would say, on this vehicle, or like 60%, then maybe buy it. But yeah, I don't know if I'd buy this still. I think it's the worst of all metrics here for the sports class of all 117 sports cars, even if you put it in raceable or general racing. Because it has a 114.9, the others are 114, but better, like 0.2. Or like the lowest raceable Go-Go Monkey Ballista. And then it is a 79 for top speed, which is, yeah, again, the worst. It's the worst of metrics of all 117 sports cars. Literal biggest class of the game, so. I mean, it's a go-kart. It's not expected to be on it good. I'm not trying to suggest that I expect it to be good. Yeah, I've seen go-kart races. It's serviceable. It's only one other true go-kart. Obviously for go-kart racing, it's actually pretty serviceable, I would say. But yeah, not really going to be amazing, obviously. Even there, since there's the modern, which is just better in every way. Besides for it not being free, I guess it's the only downside to it. You have to always buy that one. It wasn't ever free like the Vito was. Alright, so I do want to go try and do the stash owls and just every time trial, but I think there might be something going on with the internet though, like at some point soon, so I have to like hurry up though, maybe. If I even can with this fuck ass hurting me slowing down all the time. All the time, fuck ass more. Stash house will be quick, surely the HSW time trial might not be the man, like how that goes. And actually, though, the stash house is in like Sandy Shore, like Pluto or whatever. I think it's more Sandy Shore, so it's just the way I would see it. Yeah. That might even take a little bit of time more than I would have hoped. Yeah. Since I am running out of time, kind of here, since I think there is going to be something going on the internet in a bit. Kind of. Might need to get through this if this game would let me. Wow. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you for real? How the fuck did we get that shit in the grass, bro? In that little part of the grass? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Wow. Wow. Fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on. God, bro. Fucking God, bro. God, not having an amazing time right now. It's just fucking hernia, bro. Like, ever anymore, honestly. Goodness, I was on a barricade. God fucking damn. Ooh, you know, I'm kind of in their way. It's tough to be fair. Still. Alright, let's do this shit. Honestly, I don't even care right now if I destroy Headlight. This fuckheads are even fucking nothing. Being on a crunch for time right now, basically. Cause yeah, I got another Wi-Fi, like an extender or something. There's something might be having to be worked on or something. Like moving them around and shit. My goodness, drive right, dumb characters. Get through this shit. I do not understand anything about me wanting to hurry up here, you fucking character. Come on. Oh shit, that was a nice flip though. Hey. Actually making up for your bullshit, huh, character? So I got Bunker, I think like the last 2 times, I think. I got Bunker like 3 or 4 times, and I think it eventually went back to something else, so I can't really tell if it's truly gonna be done or not. But still, I shouldn't be too far from getting like max supplies for everything I'm thinking. Who knows, might even get like 30k or something, so like supplies are done for the moment, for the moment. I think is how it works, I believe. Alright, let's go.
You must be lost, friend. Oh, he got
Here
shot.
I need some damn bullets.
Shit. It's just shooting a bunch of fours or some shit, no.
Look out!
Die.
You're fucking
Oh,
dead.
there's still a hillbilly in here, so I fucking O'Neal or whatever the fuck. Wasn't counting 5, right? Because this fuck has hurt me and shit, I'm sure. 72, 68, 83. Okay. My shooting part was a little bit of a disaster. See if we can do this better at least. I went away from the analog, damn it. Damn it. Sorry, I almost did that. Almost did cross, and that messed me up for 68. God damn it. Oh, it's 83 or 82. Oh, it was 83. Okay, good. Good. I almost forgot because I kept rambling with myself or something. Let's try to make it a court center and try to quickly do the double time trial if I can, of course. So, lack of time, kind of, if I am expecting it to be done, but it's done, I guess. Guess I did. Don't actually know 100% on that, though. Oh, wow, okay, I am done with my spot. It's okay. So apparently that finally happened after like 2 times of bunker in a row. Again, I think I got like 4 times of bunker in a row, like sometime before that, then started going for some biker stuff. So like, I don't know what was going on with that, but that means I gotta sell some business stuff off stream then, and then maybe I'll save some of it for Wednesday with like the boosted ones, at least for the 2 biker businesses that got boosted at least. Not Hanger, I haven't actually done Hanger though, so I'm not going to touch Hanger with the boost though. No. So, right, I'm going to court center, right? Not waste time and think what I'm thinking and doing and stuff. See if I have enough time enough for this shit. Actually don't. Might be racing against the clock. I'm expecting it to happen. What's happened? Supposedly. So I might be misremembering them. I'm not really sure. At least I'm in the HSW vehicle, obviously, because I was ready for HSW time trials. I'm already in this vehicle, of course. Besides for not being at the HSW time trial and stuff. If not, I will just do a mock-up run next stream if I need to, of course. Oh shit. Okay. That went a lot better than I thought. Oh shit, okay, I almost hit that car though. Yeah, no. I don't know. I'm gonna respawn this for any damages or some bullshit. Porsche aim in the game, so I maybe could get Braylon in HSW time trial. Again, assuming a full on time for that. If I'm assuming what happens to happen or something. But again, I just could be misremembering. Check my stream before I do so, just in case, just in case. But the stream seems to be fine though, still. Alright, part-time, 3 minutes, 46 seconds, okay. As long as I do the vehicle and stuff correctly, it's a pretty easy vehicle to handle and stuff, for sure. On this muscle car compared to, of course, the Tampa GT that I used last time. At least for a lifetime situation. Things should hopefully go pretty good. Heck. Okay, what the heck? Why am I getting continuous studio each time I refresh right now? What the heck? That wasn't happening before. Oh, what the fuck? I'm just gonna risk it. Honestly. Seems fine from what I can tell anyways so far. Got my YouTube Studio desktop version, YouTube Studio on my phone, just on crack right now. Doesn't usually happen like that. What the fuck? I don't know why that's happening every time now. Heard something else too, I think. Alright, whatever, I'm just gonna try it again. I'll just do mock up if I have to anyways. This fuck ass hernia slowed me down so fucking much. Alright, see if I can get this shortcut going well. Oh, it's already kind of right, okay, good. Not my help. Not my help. Oh shit. Oh shit, okay, that handled like a dream kinda in a way. More than I thought it would. Go, go, go. Come on. Just cruise around your character. Oh shit, okay. Kept messing around with the headlights because a different time of them that one. Here's some shit. Move. Keep the damn vehicle steady. This might be usual time, this might be good still. Oh, we haven't braking too much and stuff. I hope not. Okay, roadkill with some animal on the way. Bunny or some shit, rabbit, I don't fucking know. Nor do I fuck guys care. Advantage of this all. I don't know if it's like a curb boost or nothing, no, but whatever, I'm fucking trying it that way, like it is. Not the most expertise on using advanced technique shits anyways, unless like handbrake or some shit, maybe. Still. Big fuck guys, maybe though. No. Oh, come come on, let's not hit the damn sign, go. Fucking, what the hell, that slowed him down a lot, I feel. But still, I might be able to salvage it still. It's still going fine-ish enough, I think. Yeah, it's definitely going pretty good, I would say. Oh, sheesh. Okay. Broke better than that popping over that end. I went into red. If I did it a little better, it would have maybe not even happened. But still, I got the part-time though. It's good. It's good. It's good. Okay, that's it though for the stream basically though. Huh. Alright, see if I refresh if it's going to keep doing that each and every goddamn time. Continue studio. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps popping up that way anymore. But it is. But it is. YouTube, are you on fucking crack? God, bro. Fucking goddamn crack at YouTube Studio and work. Just because I refresh it all the times in a row doesn't mean you have to fuck around and fuck up and shit. It's looking like the stream's pretty much good still, so. Alright, I would definitely finally get it for the stream though. Try to get this done ASAP now. Fucking. Tomorrow should be a stream where I do those missions finally that I still have to do. For the Mr. Favorworks, Quickie Farm, that kind of stuff. For the new missions come out on like Thursday, or at least one of them, if they feed like each individual mission. And it takes them like 3 weeks to do all 3 missions or something, if I remember right. It might be 3 different missions. For the mansions coming out, apparently. I'll finally definitely be it for the stream. Hope you enjoyed though.